mid-noon. That's the senior men's. Thunder Hill. Thank you, Thunder Hill, and thank you, dancers, and thank you, Crazy Horse, and the Sister
have asked you to sign in for classes. Their sign-in sheets may be floating around. So to show that you have been present at these forums, be sure that you sign in. And also, there's an attendance. We would like to, when we do the follow-up activities in these forums here, we'd like to also include numbers of individuals, of our people that have been present at these forums. So it's pretty important that we also keep those records. So please be sure to sign in. If it doesn't come by you in floating around here, it's going to always be at this table on the west side of the gymnasium here. So please be sure to sign in. Am I too close? Or does that sound okay? All right. In a couple minutes. Okay. That's going to be about another hour. Just another reminder to students and I guess and everyone in attendance, your cell phones, either turn them off or better yet, put them in airplane mode for before the flight takes off here. Turn them down to vibration. It's kind of disrespectful when we get someone up here talking and all of a sudden we hear phones going off. So please be mindful and dig out your cell phones, turn them down, turn them off. Okay. geluk krijgen natuurlijk. Aha. Just another reminder to students again, if you've just arrived, please come over and sign in. Or Pat, do you have that sign in going around? Is that the sign? Okay, if you just arrived, students, we're going to ask you to sign in over here. We're kind of going to get an idea how many people are here for surveys. And if your instructors have asked you to sign in, they may have their sign-in sheets over here.
Nice crowd. I invited. Oh. Viene waste. Once pelakatia or tiki. Wopia. We say thank you to the Great Spirit first. All the beautiful homes that we come from in Lakota, beautiful homes that we come from. I know our mother and grandma, that's not their dream, the way they want their house, the way they like to have their log house and the teepee. But today, the way we are, we was forced to be that way. Oh, hey, that wasn't our very dream about what HUD brought to this tribe. But I thought I almost missed the doorknob and thinking about all that. Oh, we're going to pray at this time. So good morning to everyone, your little one, your son-in-law, daughter-in-law, in-laws. Aiche wa kanta kayota kayota wangshilaiche. Ayate ikte chashawi chonki. Aiche trokechti rehianiki opila onkeri japi trokashla. Katuye topa na ha hakata kia. Na ahta onchima koche ina. Ona han chanche gawakha. O ikte chasham koya pon hoeche. Katuye ki topa ki le na awala ki na ha. O ki chipi a onkte a petu oi hake sinwani. O heche trokata kia uya pikte o ka trakoja wa unspe pikte. O na ha istawi chuya pi na noge wi chuya pi. O na ha wonspe wa yo hao hina. A heche a petu kilte. Eya. Oh, it's a pet of Lehiani, Sodan, you are see. Nahawo, you are see. Oh, Nahawo, like what story. I said, Tanupa, na walk with the car, you have cooked one. I bet you can one car. Oh, Naha, Woable, do I stake here, couple. Now walking to take here now, couple. I say no, we are cooking here, or at the hill. Oh, thank you, hey, walk while I was still a canny talk here now, Kawala. Oh, now how was to a Katiaki here? We humbly we are here. Takuni Wakupi, Wani take him on. I tell was the Atakia. Wamakas comes to Tomia. I say Tasha Hanu going up on. I bet you the ham going up here. I say Wagarukea, Makawita Uki, Makoteki, Makanka Pichu going up here. Mamakaska Wetona, Obu going up here. And I walked up here, walk around. Now I had some coffee. Katuye kile wanko, na wanki na yeki ayo. Ahete, wio hina peki. Ahete na petu kile na yauki. Ahete, wopila ukenikia. Makoja, mitkakos. Oh, mitkakos. Ahete, wahechuan uyatofuan petu kile. Katuye Inawa Lutata, Oje will hear Pata Tanumuka, Oje Nate, Oje Pektua, Oje Yakera, Chesapawa, Oje Erukoya, Heta Kupion, Oje La Petuki, Ampetuki Wanki na Yeki Ayo. Avetaka.
Hoechatu, Wopila, Lekshe. Beautiful prayer, beautiful song to get us started here this morning. You know, when you hear beautiful music like this, and the words, and how they touch you, how they express who you are, when we connect with creation, and the Creator talks to us through our spirit and tells us, Hoye makiayo, talk to me. Ho is your voice. It's your identity of who you are, of your spirit within your body. It's in our culture, ways of teaching. Ho, hoye makiayo, talk to me. Che makiayo, acknowledge me as a relative. Acknowledge me that I am related to you. You are related to me. Daku eheko, hechetukta. Whatever you say, that is the way that it's going to be. Wichonikta, there's going to be life. Yani piktalo, and you will live. Good morning. Good morning. Today's topic is going to be culture. But let's ask ourselves about what is culture. What is our definition of culture, we as people? Culture is going to refer to a cumulative deposit such as this in our culture of our knowledge, of experiences, of beliefs, of values, attitudes, meanings, perhaps in hierarchies, in spirituality, even our notions of time, our roles, even spatial relations. When we talk about wanietu, wetu, bloketu, ptayetu, the seasons and how we lived in our culture. But what is the core of our culture? I want you to keep this in mind today and think about this today, because we make a lot of confusion between what is culture, values, and what are cultural virtues. The core of any culture, of a, like say, we Lakota, is our values. And in our values, we have practices, we have rituals, such as what we just witnessed here and we were a part of here this morning. It's a beginning for every Lakota to begin their day, either personally in greeting the day, what awaits them this day, and how you're going to work with it, or in combined unity, such as today, in addressing our Creator through prayer. So these practices, these rituals, and from there, sometimes we find idols, heroes, such as our distinguished Lekshi Leonard Crowdog, and what he done for our people to give us the freedom to practice our cultural, spiritual ways of life. Uncle Albert used to always talk to us about a story of during the time, the turbulent years of the 70s, of the mid-70s, when people like what Uncle Leonard went through, when the U.S. Marshals were taking him back up to Pier to imprison him, when they stopped at that White River roadside park that used to be there. They stopped there and they let him out of the car and took his shackles off. And they asked, Crowdog, do you think you can outrun a bullet? They wanted him to run so that they could shoot him for attempting to escape. But he knew. His spiritual guidance told him, you can't run. There's more work for you yet. So he stayed, and he went to prison. But for those efforts today, we can do our spiritual, cultural practices So I have to admire and cherish my uncle for what he's done, not only for me, but for all of us. Those of us that do the lodges, the Purification Lodge. In our cultural ways, what do we go there for? We go there for purification. In our culture here, the things we let build up on us, how do we relieve ourselves culturally from these? We use our spirituality. We go into that lodge, we purge ourselves. We leave these emotions that you wake up with every morning. And all through the day, through the night in your dreams, you got to deal with these emotions today. They're yours. So these values that we talk about, these virtues, what is the difference between them? How do we place value on ourselves as a culture? These meanings, these beliefs, we learn from human nature. We learn by watching and learning how our elders lived, how they talked about things, how they carried themselves. And that comes into our minds and our thoughts. Because as human beings, we need a symbol. We need an object to give us thought, such as this staff that stands in the center here. We need a symbol to give us thought. What does that mean? What does it mean to me? In my culture, what does that staff stand for? What do the eagle feathers on there, what do they represent? We need these symbols to give us thought. And around that thought, we start to build a belief and rituals and living with these cultural values. How do we, when the university, when I walked in, they had the logo up there. This logo, here it is right here. Sintegleska. What is Woksape? Is that ask yourself and listen today. What is Woksape? Is it a value or is it a virtue? Think about that today. We mistakenly confuse the two many times. And so, Woksape, knowledge, beliefs. Wo'ohitika, another virtue of bravery, willing to stand up and willing to go forward, face your challenges, accept those challenges throughout life. You know, 10 years of my life, I had a mentor who one day, he shared with me, as him and I sat in the lodge alone, he said to me, Dwayne, Yahiki le iomakipi, nanija ionikipi. He says, I'm happy you're here, and you're happy because your life is going very good. Your life is going very smoothly. Everything's in its place. You come here, you brought your chanupa, you filled your pipe, you put your tobacco ties up and your offerings, you made your prayers and you sang your songs, and you're happy because everything is going good for you. Your family is healthy, your marriage is going good, kids are healthy, they're doing great in school, the job is going great, you're content, you're happy. But he says, but always remember, when you come out of that lodge, Takashila, he asked a question. I wonder if Dwayne was sincere with what he said in this lodge. But Takashila knows my sincerity, but he has an ogligle, a spirit. Put an arrow into Dwayne's life. It's not a physical arrow that's going to drop me dead. But something happens. And you know, the Washicha culture, they even made a law of it. They made a law about this and how we understood this in our culture. When something goes wrong, something is bound to go wrong. What is that, Murphy's Law? Well, he says something happens. You get into a big fight with your wife and she wants to go home. She wants to leave. Or your kids are getting in trouble at school and you didn't know about it. One of your kids was missing school, or they're failing. You knew nothing about it. Something happens. Or your boss says, Dwayne, I'm going to lay you out for 2 weeks, no pay. Or he flat out says, you're fired. Something happens in your life. What are you going to do? The easiest thing to do for you is go down here to the state line and get yourself one of those bottles and drink that up and go home and beat your wife and kids for making your life miserable. Or go kick your boss's ass for firing you. Those are the easy things to do. The right thing to do, he said, is get away from your family, get away from your work, get away from people, go for a walk. You're fortunate where you live, you can walk out onto the prairie. Or you can come out here to the forest and go and sit on the hill. I don't mean you have to humble at you, but sit out there for hours and contemplate on what is going on in your life. And then come back to this lodge, bring your chanupa and load it and say, Grandfather, it hurts. And it hurts bad. And I don't know what's going on. I need help. And Takashala says, yes, he was sincere. And that arrow is taken out and everything glides out. But through the course of your lifetime, that arrow is going to come back. We've all received our arrows. Accept these arrows as a test to your sincerity, to a way of life you have chosen. And sometimes these arrows can go very deep. Many of us felt these, such as I felt 7 years ago when I lost my only biological son. My heart was ripped in two. I went crazy. Those arrows go deep. But we have a culture that has ways to deal with these. We have virtues in our culture that help us to address this. And we need to be educated about these. So today, as we talk about culture, these values, these virtues, and education, and what are we doing? What needs to be done? We have a couple of people that we'd like to speak to you beforehand, but we've got a presentation here for you this morning. First of all, I'd like to ask Lionel to come up and give us a few words of encouragement for today, as welcoming all of us here this morning. We were going to have our Vice President, but I don't see him present this morning, so I'll ask Lionel to introduce us with a welcome this morning. Pilama Plomi Takabi.
Dwayne Rastelo, Wopila. Thank you also to Leonard and to the drum. Lionel Bordo Emachia. Wani e te ota sintegleskautube wakatia waokilel imadchacha. My name is Lionel Bordo. I've been president here for many years. In a few days, I will have been here for 43 years. I know that's much older than many of you students, probably even older than some of your parents. But a little historical trivia. I was born and raised in Swift Bear. I was born at home in a blizzard log house. I was raised by grandparents, myself and my brother Linwood. When I look out and I see this dining hall over here, I think of him because he was a student as a freshman in high school on the boarding school campus here. My mother left when I was 18 months old. The war was going on, World War II. She knew that my grandparents needed help in raising her two children. My brother was 7 years older than I was. So she caught a ride to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, scrubbed floors, saved her money, went to a beauty school. She became a hairstylist. When she was in Flanju Indian School, I understand that she used to fix other girls' hair. So evidently that was her calling. And she eventually owned her own beauty shop in Sioux Falls. Remarkable for a Wia at that time, and especially a Lakota Wia, to be able to own your own business in the largest city in South Dakota. I hardly ever saw her. I had a happy life. That's where I learned the language, from a village. Not only my grandparents, but everybody in that community spoke Lakota. And it's through that Lakota language that I stand here today. But unfortunately, when I was at St. Francis, that's where I graduated, my brother hanged himself when I was 17. And so I lost the only brother that I had. And then when I was 15, we pulled my grandpa out of a dam. He evidently had a heart attack, made it to the water, and fell forward, and we pulled him out of the water there. Then when I turned 21, my grandma died from cancer. So at a very early age, I pretty well lost the family that raised me. When I graduated from St. Francis, because I could speak Lakota, the priest wanted me to be the first Lakota-speaking Jesuit priest. I wouldn't do it. I'm sure they probably invited others likewise, but I told them no. So they shook my hand and said, maybe the military. But I went back to White River, walked the streets of White River for 2 years. I closed up that town of White River, myself and an owl that hooted every night on top of that water tower. And then I went to work on the railroad when I was 20, and a friend of mine, Orville Goodvoice, graduated from Todd County, was very proud of his yearbook showing the graduates. We didn't have a yearbook at St. Francis. I don't know that they still do. And he was showing me his picture. And I looked at it, and I looked at the rest of the seniors, but I was more interested in this woman who was a junior, Barbara Clome. I said, who's this girl? And I always remember her because remember what he said? He said, Indian boy, she's strictly country club. You'll never have a chance. Well, I've been with that girl for going on 56 years now. So somewhere I lucked out. But when I met her folks, of course, you know, like anybody who meets prospective in-laws, you're scared. But I had a brother-in-law, Charlie Clome, who who recently passed away, he was a student at St. Francis. And largely through himself, I was able to get in with the family. And it was a good family. My family was pretty well gone. I had a lot of relatives, but the Colomb family become the immediate family that I needed at that time of my life. But the mother put me on the spot. She said, "Lionel, how come you're not in college? I went to your graduation. You were the valedictorian and you gave a good talk, but how come you're not in college?" And I shrugged my shoulder and I made up some excuse. But afterward, my girlfriend Barbara said, "You know, it would probably do you well if you went to college." She said, "I know my parents, especially my mother, would be more accepting of you if you went to school." And I gave that some thought, and that fall I found myself in Black Hills State University. I didn't like it. I didn't like college. I was used to late hours. I didn't care for that 7:45 biology class. College, all of a sudden, took control and gave me some rules and some regulations that I had to live with if I wanted to do something meaningful in life, much like what you're doing now. I know it's very hard for some of you to get up at the hour that you have, be at that bus, be here all day. Some of you are parents, you have little ones. Some of you might get hungry. You might not always have food at that particular time. I really admire you, you students here at Sintegleskautube University, because I didn't have many of the struggles that you had. Yes, I did have to struggle with a new way of life. But you deal in all the problems that you have, whether they're at home or whether they're institutionally, you have them here on campus, and you take them home with you at night. I didn't have that there because there was a different group of people, but it was different in a sense that there were just a very few of us Lakota students going to school. And the biggest thing that was a handicap at that time was being broke and being far from home. That's one advantage that our students here have, is you get to stay home and to go to school. But living in Black Hills, they call Black Hills State University a suitcase college, because the majority of students come from the Black Hills or Wyoming. And on weekends, they go home. So the campus is virtually empty, except for a few who are still there and the Indian students who go to school there. But when I graduated, after I finally made an adjustment, and I quit at Thanksgiving. I had no use for college. I went home when my ride come after me. My good friend Marvin Bordeaux, who likewise also later killed himself. I told him no. I said, "I'm not going back to school." I quit. My grandma was sewing. She was sewing a blanket. She looked up, and I had a nickname growing up called Babe. She said, "Babe, if Pop were alive," that's my grandpa we pulled out of a dam. She said, "If Pop were alive, he'd want you in school. You should be in school. You need to go back." And I looked at her, and I knew she was right. I said, "I know it." I went over, I hugged her, told her I loved her, kissed her, and I made a commitment to finish school, and I did. And when I come home, I couldn't find work. I was married. I had a little baby girl. I had my late son who died here a few years ago. Scott was on the way. And Rosebud Boarding School right here had a counselor position open. I applied for it. I didn't get it. They gave it to a non-Indian who was living with an Indian girl here, and she had the inside track, so she was able to swing that position over towards her boyfriend. So then I applied for a BIA policeman. That was the only other job that was open on Rosebud, so I applied for it. But I didn't get that either. They gave that to an elder Lakota with a large family, which was okay. So I applied to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and they hired me on the Hickory Apache Reservation in Dulce, New Mexico. I hardly ever been out away from Mallet County or Todd County, and all of a sudden, I find out that I'm supposed to be reporting to work next Monday on the Hickory Apache Reservation in Dulce, New Mexico, which is north of Santa Fe and Albuquerque. And I didn't have a ride. My wife was about to deliver the second son here I just mentioned, Scott. And so I caught a ride. I caught a ride with Sonny Boyd. He worked for the BIA. He was a consular in Crown Point, New Mexico. And he said, I know where Dulce's at. He said, I can take you there. So I got in with him that afternoon. We drove late into the evening. We got a room at Antonito, Colorado. And next day we went into Dulce. Oh, did I ever hate to see him go. He let me off, we shook hands, he wished me the best, and he drove away. And I stood there with my suitcase, looking around, surrounded by mountains, different group of people walking by, and my heart I just got so lonesome. I wanted to come home. I wanted to be home. I didn't want to leave home. But I knew that responsibility beckoned, and I knew that was my new calling. If I wanted to make a go of it, I had to overcome that loneliness, and I had to settle down. And I went inside, introduced myself, and the secretary said, "You sure you're at the right place?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "I don't have any paperwork showing that you were hired to work here." She said, "The supervisor's on leave and he won't be back until Monday," and this was late Friday afternoon. She said, "I don't know what to tell you, but I think you come to the wrong place." And I'm looking at her and I'm thinking of home, and I said, "Oh my goodness." But she said, "Let me call housing. If you were hired, they'd have to have you a house." And so she called housing, and was I ever thankful when the housing director said, "Yes, we have a house for him. He has been hired here." So she apologized and said the paperwork must be with the supervisor at his desk. And I felt relief. But that's where I started. And that was in 1964, over 50 years ago. Then from there, I went forward. I worked with the Bureau 10 years. I was in D.C. I was one of 5 selected for a future managerial position. I had my way of life all laid out for me. And when I was working on my doctorate, I finished my doctorate at Minnesota, and I was getting ready to graduate. The phone rang. Stanley Redbird Sr. introduced himself. He said, "I'm here with a message. And he wants to talk to me." He come to my apartment, and I was stunned with what he had to say. In a few moments, my life again did a 180. He told me that he started a college, Sintegleskautube College. They call it Sintegle Rosebud College Center at that time. And he told me why they started this college. It had some specific mandates. Obviously, strengthening the Sichunku Oyate was the overall theme, but culturally, strengthen the culture, keep the language, get history into our curriculum, get the people behind the institution. Secondly, redefine and restructure education. come up with a whole new education system. He said the education system that we have now is not good for us. It come from Europe. It was here to divide us. And he said we need to have our own education system. We need to come up and redesign it. He said, who's to say that you have to go to school 12 years to get a high school? He said, maybe you can do that in less time. Maybe you can go to school in summers. Who's to say that we have to go to school 8 years? Who's to say we have to go to school 4 years to get a baccalaureate? He said, we need to take a look at who we are and what is it we want for ourselves, and how do we go about restructuring that and redesigning it. And then we need ownership. That's where we need to bring in tribal government. And we need to have tribal government establish our own accreditation, our own certification, and then seek reciprocity with the other accrediting firms. He said, we're in the Constitution. We're also creator blessed, but we need our own system. And it's good to see Tashi Rodney Bordo, a former tribal chairman. Rodney, why don't you stand up so students can see who you are? Thank you. Rodney was a student at Augustana at the time, much of the time that I'm talking about, but he's been a very ardent supporter of education. I'm glad to see Rodney here today. But Stanley told me, he said, I'm here to tell you, you are to resign your employment with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And I'm looking at him thinking, what? And he said, furthermore, you're not to graduate. You're not to graduate, you're not to walk across the stage of the University of Minnesota. He said, I want you home now. And I'm 32 years old looking at him. My goodness. And he said, I'm going to tell you why. He said, we looked for a student. We want somebody who knows the language, because it was important that we have the language to get the people behind Sintegleska University because of the things that we have to do through that university. And when he mentioned redefining and restructuring education, and that's what's on our agenda, our forum today. But then he went on, and we talked about an issue that we had here yesterday, economic development. We need to get education and economic development into a closer working relationship. We need to utilize the land that we have. We talked about this yesterday. How can we own 1 million acres of land and be considered one of the poorest counties in the United States? This is our responsibility, and it's our role individually, as a Tiwaya, as a family, as a Tioshpaya, and as an institution. We have to address economic development here. And we talked about this, so I was glad to see Wheezy, Little Elk yesterday, talk about what Redco's doing. But Stanley went on to talk about also the need to come up with a new form of tribal government. They said we weren't growing under the form of government that we have here, and that we need another system based upon the treaty, especially the Treaty of 1868. He said this treaty needs to be an everyday working document that we have. And this treaty talks about education in 4 different articles in here. Everybody needs to have a copy of our treaty. And he said we need to come up and bring the Tioshpaya system back. Bring who our ancestry had before as a governance. Dwayne talked about many of those issues or concerns or items a little while ago. Some are virtues, some are values, but we need to bring those into the picture as advocated by our founding names, Spotted Tail, and all the other chiefs who come here and who are our ancestry. and who are here today yet providing us spiritual strength and guidance and direction. We have that. We're having 3 visitors here this week, and they're all coming here because of a dream that they had regarding somebody from here or regarding something that they don't understand, that they feel Sintegleska University can give them an understanding as what their dream is. One of them, they're having meetings here. One man had a dream to bring all of the Wapkaha wares, the people who have a headdress, who are honored for positions of leadership. He was told in his dream to mobilize them. So they're coming here and they talk to us because they want to fit into what we're talking about, visioning and a strategic plan, not only for the Sichungu Oyate, but for the Ocheti Shakoi, the Lakota, Dakota, and the Nakota, living in a 5-state area where our people have been placed and are scattered. So they'll be here Friday, so say prayers that this too is a beginning of mobilizing our leadership. And he was told that we need land in the Black Hills for our leaders to hold ceremonies, to enlarge upon that, and to set direction for the Ocheti Shakoi. And so at some point in our time, and we've been talking about these for a long time, needing to mobilize the leadership, the education throughout the Ocheti Shakoi, so that we bring all of our educational entities together. Roger and Chris and Deb will talk about that because they're into that area. They've developed accreditation models, and we need to bring those here. We need to expand upon them. So this is kind of the gist of the forums, that why we're holding them this year. Every year we hold them, and particularly this time, we want to go and pursue them aggressively. Tuffy Lunderman's been talking the last couple of days, those of you who are here, and Michael Bolts made a motion to bring the tribe into the picture on a stronger basis, to unite with not only Sintegleska University, but bring all the other entities together. And let's create this game plan for the future, encompassing not only the areas that we mentioned, but getting into areas of health, into judicial, into housing, into energy, into transportation, into technology. And you students, you have the mind, you have the understanding, you have the needs yourself, you have the wants. And it's significant that you need to be also a very strong, integral part of what happens here for the future. Many of us are growing old. I'll be 76 years old here in a few days. I was here from the time I was 32. And a lot of our other leadership is starting to see just the evening shadows kind of stretch a little bit longer in our lifetime. But you're full of energy, you're full of intellectual wisdom, you still have that ability, and you've got little ones. You're going to have grandchildren, great-grandchildren, but we cannot do this alone. I was approached by a gentleman outside a little while ago, and he said, "Where are the grandmas? The grandmas need to be involved." And I said, they will be. They were always an integral part of who we are as Noyate. And our grandparents, when we began to put this game plan together and we lined it out, how it's going to be handled, how we're going to go from the discussions that we're going to be needing as follow-up. When we need to bring in the grandmas, you might have to start with a bingo game, fire them up, but they're ready. They love to play bingo, because we have things here from time to time where we have an elders recognition day, and this room is filled with our grandparents. And so unchis, tungashilas, they'll be involved, but the students also need to have and be involved. Encourage yourselves, your teachers, when you have work assignments, to begin to look futuristically at some of the things that we can do to strengthen ourselves as a Sichokoyate. Be brave with your dreams and sit down and have group discussions. Talk to student councils, pasting, go to the tribal council, talk to your tribal leaders, get to know your tribal leaders, know your tribal community chairperson, work with your tribal community person, go to the meetings, know the treaty people, work with the treaty people, because we all have a hand and we all have a role and responsibility in devising a vision and a strategic plan for the Oyate. We're all involved. Pilamahapo, thank you and love you and have a good day.
Before I introduce our guest speaker over here, for you students, if you look on the west wall over here, there's some poster boards over here with some plaques. Last week on Friday, they did this opening on these at the tribal council chambers, and I went. In education, how this Western education was brought to us, to our people, and how children were removed from reservations and sent to the Carlisle Indian School in Pennsylvania. And some of these children that did not return, and they died out there. And I had heard stories about a young hollow horn bear that went to Carlisle, and I didn't really pursue it. And then the TIPO office informed me that they were going to be doing this, and they called me to come to the tribal council on Friday. There's a picture of the headstone, and there's a little plaque of when this friend, hollow horn bear, in the 1800s, went to Carlisle Indian School. But they're going to do a little opening for you and talk about this after we get a break here, maybe during lunch. So if you get a couple of minutes, walk down there. It's very touching. And take a big look at that big poster down there where there is over hundreds of children sitting there. I was looking at that Friday and I noticed not one of those children are smiling. None of them are smiling. But what Lionel talked about when leaving, going away for education, his was close by here. These people were on the other side of the eastern part of this country, far, far away from home. They had nothing to smile about, being away from their parents. At this time, we have a treat for you, but keep in mind that we're going to ask Yorga if you could work with, give the code numbers or the track numbers to the media department. We got a little documentary that we want you to witness. It's called the Stories of Don Moccasin. Don spent a few years going about the reservation, talking to your grandfathers and your grandmothers about life and the things that they shared. And I want Mary Sue Hankashi Leche Yauna. She's going to do an introduction to this for you. Mary Sue? Mary Sue is the oldest daughter of the founding father of this institution, Stanley Redbird. Mary Sue Redbird will be speaking on behalf of the documentary here.
mi takuepi. Wahina jina waagalaking tonka. Trokerchi. Tronkachla kantraka. Wopila ewakia. Natua alakotiab nachum hechi hena. Ijan wopila echijabi. Wolakotakile ihake otechike. Washichuki ija wopre happy ash. Lakotaki Tratcha ich lakota hechap gepre. Da hachchi wolakota wachantognaka pe ungluhapi hoch. Hoyukawana washichu unkichu mnataku kiuha unkipi. Ho ash na hachchi hoch glusna onjim. Na lela shwanjit ho gawogalake he ho hechumse. Iu ha na onjiunki naha ho wash agya na onjiunkta. Hotka hochle unkichumna doki kiab waya iya unyampe. Wakaha unkinaha ate uyamna inawichuyaki. O ich yaktacha. Ho tiatani unchiena kakala. Happy na ichahuyampi. Kohale na o ich yaktacha. Wichoshka. Ho chanke dako ota mahetia unspunkjapcha nacht ungeluha. Na owaya wa ekta Ia unyanki he washichu unyam snina tro unki unkunspipsen. Chankelaka unkasakap na pe unkapham. Na enagna othoya unkumpi. Chiwashichu awonki akaki na unkumsni. Chankeka kishia unkum. Hoyunka mia tala hel wanji. Father Beagle ejapcha. Ate ina wichakchona. Wichakyake. Le nichwint kupki le omakyakaminaha. Unganatukte tokcha seche ape. Wale ha wayakha nahachchi. Wichoye wanjini yeshnu a. Hocha ima raptakwe a. Ta oichakja ke chintakja kille na soash numpre. Washitu ja kille umaspishn. Dueni makiyu ieskashin cha soash. Ie chash le washitu wianaha. Wichasha kille na lakhotia kille na lakhota trawo chunkille na onspe ich yamna hehan imanchu mana lechons chunki takun umaspekte seche pre. Hani loliwa khawaki naha. Ti apiwa oaki. Unchi hena unspema kiek unprema jik alaheha loliwa kha. Talena washitja he omakiaka ham heche maki yeskaki. Inch omakiakaki wash lakhotia unspui talking dompre. Hotahel na hechamnina ha. La khotia unspewa kya chance na inja washitia unspema kya. Hokakronse owaya hel. Sapoti owaya hel kakronse mija. Otoha wabalana ho heta migelustana ho heta khabi blable. Ho wana ke wania tutona ihewa ke he ha mija hekta kya namichije. Inja la khoti Trawo ochankilena. On spe ichaki washteke pre. Ma on hecha on na tukteshna anamatrakap. Ioprema. Na makasakap. Hotkana michije. Wolak hotakile tewachila. Unchiena kakata konspema kyaki tewachila. Ina atetaku eaki nawichacho. Tanahachti wolak hotakilesh agiagaluhanaji. Naho hechel okihipika, wakop heb galam na ish, dakwela ka echumshne. Honale waya kiwana, troka lechumselel, itrachangogla kachanachum. Hohe wolak hotakilet hokea, gluhanajimpe. Hona atewaki ishnala, hechums enajishne. Ilazata waka e anajimpe. Hona hena trokata kya. Chincham na trakoja kpakuna, wo ichare, wicho ichare, washichuki generation ya. Zapta ni shakpe, kakya wiyukjam. Hona toha kakishya, atewa na inawa. Akipra ke hena, hechum se akipra chimshni. Hecha on hena, wo onspe yu hapchim. Na patitam. Hoyun kan le lechum se. Wo in humble se owayawa, wakati yon, wana lechum se he. Wayawa ke wichak jajo. Tiopo osnsta hinajimena i wichachim na wichahim. Wo wichak up. Hotka dokeshke. Lilwe jake. Where are the grandmas apke? Where are the grandparents? Where are the parents? Takun tok hachan wakanja kilena. Ya wakanja hana epshni unkiepe. Unkie chawa hoku wichun caption. Unkie chawa unspiritual caption seja. Ampetu iohila. Kapishni. Wahoku wichun kiam hata. Taku kilena. Hunch ich iktem. Hunch ipach ya. Taku shita ichumene ipachkam. Lehale chun khwashi chunki wine chabalake na oi chamana. Ho hena heche dushni. Wo onspe on bati tank da hechi taku kilena. I khabe chunk omna. Wichun lapshni ki washtekte. Wachante oganake ea kile unki kikchuki washtekte. Hona lelwana. Semeni wania tutona heha. Ea waka kinaha na hoicha. Wogla kapchan na hoicha na hena yu ieska. Hoyunka wana elushni. Hochanke ea tona ke hel uhimena. E chua unchip, dokums e chim hechumse. Na hoch unstampe. Na nahachti hoch yankatka. Wana lel hoch. Wana bazokte. Tawana ka igloe aki hoch. Je bazoki wan lakakte. Orga. Start. Gonna show. Ha, oké. Ik kan ook dan precies zitten op de praatje.
Beautiful. When we acknowledge our elders, such as Mary Sue has spoken to us in her beautiful language, we ask for our Lakota women to acknowledge her. Today, the Washichu taught us, but when an elder talks, or when a headman talks, the women let out the shrill in acknowledgement and honoring her. And the men folk, such as Uncle Leonard, sits over here when he hears these words, Aho! Yes. Let me hear you men say, Aho! Aho! And you women, Lily, Lily, Lily. That's our cultural way of acknowledging this elder who has spoken some beautiful language to us about education and how she did not know the white man's language when her parents were raising her. And Father Beagle comes and says to the parents, "We believe that something is wrong with your daughter. She doesn't speak. There's something wrong with her. She's never uttered a word." So the fathers asked her, "Why is it that you never talk?" She said, "I don't know their language. I don't understand their language." She talked about how her grandmother taught her everything that she needed to know. How to clean her home, to keep herself healthy, keep herself clean, how to prepare food. All of these things that her grandmother, the values that her grandmother placed in her cultural upbringing, where she placed her values on those. But still, they wanted her to learn. And so they said, "We will teach you the English language." So Father Beagle took her and said, "I'll teach you how to speak in English." And she in turn says, "Then I will also teach you how to speak in Lakota." So Father Beagle was one of those individuals who the Lakota people could communicate with, because he saw perhaps our value in our language, in our culture, that he took the time to learn it. So we're asking now, Orga, we've got the film up here if you guys want to. I don't know if we're going to need the lights down, but Orga's going to narrate this for you. So, Orga, you're on.
Well, I just wanted to say a few words about this movie that we brought here to share with you today. And I was reading about the early tribal colleges when they first started, which directions they were developing. And one of the things that the founders and the presidents were talking at that time, one of the main directions that they wanted the colleges to develop was to establish the tribal archives to document the local language and culture. And I have been working with Don Moccason's collection since 2009. And we have been translating and transcribing the recordings so they could be used, hopefully, for education. And this is the first DVD that we put together. We have a book, which is bilingual book in Lakota and English, and a DVD that we put together using Don Moccason's collection video materials. And it is all in Lakota with English subtitles. So we called it, since this is the first of our works like this, we called it Lakota Documentaries, The Stories of Don Moccasin. Why? Lakota Documentaries is the name of our program. And the Stories of Don Moccasin, it has two meanings. One is the most direct meaning that in this movie you will see Don telling his own story about how he started recording, what education meant to him, and there's always the spiritual connection to education. There's always a connection to the spiritual world, and you will see that. Don never recorded himself. You will never see it on camera, so that's why we used a lot of photographs. And also we put some animation in there. And also the second thing was, the second meaning to that is he wanted to be remembered by this particular work that he was doing to preserve the language and culture in these recordings for the future generations. So that's, again, the stories of Don Moccasin. That's the stories that he recorded. He went, interviewed elders throughout the reservation. What I did is that when we have most of the tapes that we have, the interviews, they're under 100 are in Lakota tapes. We have most of those transcribed, we're still translating them. But when I started going through the translations, you see a lot of stories, a lot of storylines in there. So what I did, I just pulled out those stories and put them together. That's what I did in this DVD. So let's start with Don's story.
Mike, lights, please.
Jim, can you get these speakers going up here?
We're gonna have to do a mic through the speaker.
church on had Catholic church on had Franciscan monks after. Hello in Obuaga like we chalk after the aqua little hike. La Pewaki honey. Step Khan Turkeys up little hike. Hallelujah, got in the church the love Luston Chicken. About 2 years ago. I went another 3 years. So I went I had to double along the Howard truck in the head. The altar bit I had to go at and I had to hey walk they were going walking same way. Hey time much. And then there's a stone is a kitchen that was nest. Na temi snala mai hapcha toki different category or makubi. So it's a kitchen tabulation. Ashe it's a way it's a at the way where you get lela wataha Gigi and Luampion Kakapke. And I took good that why Grass Mountain School of Capture. Ella Osprey Chucky, Ella Cola Walk like on this shrunk her child camis. Loamnish, I had it. Ella, I caught on here in Lachti when Está bem a cama, Titi, é de trancador, não gente. Os que leem a eu acho que é mais. Acho que não dá com o Titi a cortinha. É tão relativo que nós gente. Dá com a happy, não há bem uma elipse. Até vai na rica gilique. Até vai na rica gilina. Team, mom, Gigi, and not that great church. Yet that La Cola and Dark Jockey so late. Kahet and a Riki Gilligan. Gigi Gakina. Dark Yamani Glustation Lake in Oaka. Glustation China, Gigi Gakit. Hoje a kitita gelina Oaxaca gangelina Oaxaca chinke as it chusnike. Hoje na o maki is gelina chanupa hejuna Hawacheka chinke it chusnike as the Bible hejuna Hawacheka. Na ichi amanike le le croire tona hecha we chak te ke hena na kola toki lila ka kizake ta yok pisnt ke hena yamani ta ko we chuchi gas the champ ta on chicho maka ke na ne hena do stak des hecha as ek chicha ko elle mettre ka Dari Belukjakile, one over 20 years, 18 years, Chanupan Wajana Hamani. Tahe, Juchtike, Atewaki, Unako, Echam. Na Omakilens, Le Kanki, Obelet Trosh. Visit you in China, watch how watching Capret. I know as today, Balaka pictures of Kevana. It's a watch how watching Capret. I am Cham watching Capret. Naha, Omaki Hayes le Gaketa Wapia Chasha Siwaga Latin. I don't have any ready at that. ceremony ki le hese dan niate na rit khakis uma vichak tegna na rit khaki atak chepsalian akichik tu jam secho as lecha nie nachti e on ne kaki ta ato na vechinata etakum oichun richu koki ta yewa ta na nachti na yamni Elvenas na mesa. Na yamani belu tohan ni mo na belu staan na mesa yok pia wang te organize. Saya hai cham sa na kulle le chamo le onda to na years le cham. To a chinchas na visit de chamanas na ogala kamnas na. Just na hele echochti ke hechum se he na chamo chinke bkhacha. Hai cham sa le na ko chamo. Saya na to hata ke I house kana lealiata le university ki khokas. Tueni hechos bisnala chamo ata. Wana tu tona ota chamo ata. Hechamo le na he ya le hechamo ata. He ate waki un kache na ko hechamo ke. Saya no gusto que la yom pik na mesata.
We'll skip to the next part, which is history. We have a couple of little stories that deal with history of places on Rosebud. So we'll skip to that. Here you go.
Settlers settlers. On a lemon kilila washaka chana scam chaka amanish chak the granata manikata chata wash down you chata heaven chai who are charged chai is a story. Ka ehani paha for pasaya ya chahe paha chahe naka le husi chaya hiota ke hela hiota ko khami chata asim ni wakra chahe chata dai chata anau chata anai chata omaglena khaka ke chia ma chata Ashina wants to teach chapter, a night chapter, and a preacher, Bahaki help on the head. Once I need to do or hominy, Makacho come, Nahichima, but I'm betting to not I have nursery chap, Shunka Kanchulan of Hapcha, and Chapchuka. Shunka can be chip in a hand. Many a chit catching in the chapter. Many a chit go, let you book the high. Chata pompon iska wicha kute chonsta na kham kata ke la chonsta oyo pi ha ne ko kapta ko ashi wa shi ti massacre battle ina hicha ko ashi chu na hatia ko iska ila shi chata o shi na ba chasta ko he chela shi o chaya ake chahe ha chasta to get the lock I yo chihata nam kham na pa hai la kya la ke chahe na hai na to kila to get way ke ta ai na chete as you have human eyes to the right ya no wa kha cha chahe o yo pi wa as wa shi ke o ke chize tra ke chi ke chasta
And I'll skip to the end to show you some of his thoughts about the language.
Nash Treaty Council meeting, National Treaty Council meeting. Member at such a in you can very well like a language like it's like a message to all the tribes. Don't lose that language. That going in the you know can't come out to Jedi. We're going to Jedi on Yimsa. I will check it. Let's check it in. I had to keep no check it. Not that going in. Hoş konfdetse. Çok şükür çata kaçırgına ne vajı çitalan muhak inospet çakya. Ne koyuk çat hoş sağmış. Takım vayteniz takoyne la kodya uçak. Hiç o kahni kaptık çıktı. Kaz nalmi kaçırgıca bana uspet. Hiç öyle. Okay, nechmawag like that.
Da komen het doorske muspeutige tiatala kodjauna. Hetcheles maspe grandma na grandpa oinasna obla kodjala in mama dad. La kodja hetchel maspe.
It's just mom and dad, it's just oh, me or Dana, one chap in a very back school, and they just said, twin, try each category, like what is it? There's no theater kids, like who yes. Because of that, just parents said the job on will have to that permanent job will have to change for the university. A permanent job can let someone all over the reservation that's a recording on and I'll translate things because not that I like what that will be like. They had to an hours at a time and then I have to translate things that I should not count because that going was on my theater makina count. So it's they are gonna preserve your chicken. That's how they ongeveer word je gaan kijken en dan de hartje zoals. Ja, dan wanneer speaker tam niet te bedoelen. Het zei je hartelijk goed dat je dat. Dan zei net ook zat dan al deze jongen. Het is leuk belangrijk dat dit door jongen aan te. Because it's good educational purposes in the country. That's a that question preserve I want that. Naku hello comes now to our try them research out there like that. So keep it just questions. Stick there, you know.
Lights.
That was awesome.
Thank you. We'll stop right here. And if you have any comments or if you have any questions, I also have text samples here that I will send around the table. If you have any feedback, just feel free to let us know.
Okay. So, as we move along on the agenda here, the next speakers was going to move on to our tribal education program. I'm going to ask Cindy. She has a little agenda that she wants to present for students in the tribal education program.
Okay, good morning. We're, before I get started, we're waiting for them to put up our website, the Tribal Education Department website, and you can find information on there for everything that we do, and it's rsteducationdepartment.com. You have to spell out education department. And we have some brochures and some other handouts that we'll disperse. Or we didn't make enough for everybody. We thought maybe there'd be a table that we can set them out, so we'll figure out how we're going to do that. But I'll just get started while they're waiting. Oh, they have it up there now. Okay. So I just want to welcome everybody, and especially the students, the college students that are here. And thank everybody that's coming. And on our website, I'm going to sit here and go through our website a little bit, and then I'm going to call up Richard Tuffy Lunderman from the President's office, President Kendall's office. He was a former councilman and my husband, and he's worked with, he's been on all kinds of different advisory councils with the state, so he's going to talk about what they're doing at the state level with this advisory council that he served on, and also with our lawsuit that we have against the Bureau of Indian Affairs in reference to our line offices. We no longer have a line office, the active line office here for the Rosebud Agency, and so we're in a transition phase of our department taking over some of those duties, but we're not able to take over all of those duties, and he'll talk more about that. And the government is trying to get out of their trust responsibilities to the tribes in education and also in health. In other areas, they're trying to get out of those responsibilities, so that will be talked about a little bit more throughout the day. But what our basic plan is, we're going to do introduction to what we do at Tribal Ed, and we have literature, and then I'm going to introduce my staff to do some presentations on all the code work that we are doing so far. And we don't have enough education codes to go around, but on our website you can download it, you can read it. We have all kinds of information up there. We have our State of the Reservation Education Report that was started when the department started around in 1991. And I just want to acknowledge Sherry Redall was the first director of the Tribal Ed Department, and some of the people that were the committee that helped to form that department and get our code developed, worked with the Native American, what is it, NARF? Oh, Native American Rights Fund. I'm just a little nervous here. And our former president, Rodney Bordo, was on that committee with Lionel. Our president of the college, Lionel Bordo, was also on that committee. He served as a council person and on that committee. So those three people are here in the room, and they are the people who helped us to get that code developed with the help of a catalog grant that NARF received. And since then, NARF has been working with other tribes through their catalog grant, which they no longer have. So they got us all started, and we're thankful to them. So on our website, I'm just going to read off the brochure, and you could look at our website at your leisure, but it's accessible on the computer. We basically, after I get done speaking, we want to, and I introduce my staff, then after that, we want to break into groups and start working on our code, because we have received a grant that we're going to update. That's going to allow us to update our code. We've been trying, I've been in my position for 13 years now, and we have attempted for the past 7 years to update that code, and we don't have funding to pay NARF. NARF wants to charge us. They did it free for us because of a grant, but now they don't have access to that grant, and it would cost us $40,000 to $60,000 to update that code. So now we have a grant, a tribal ed department grant for a 3-year period that we can update that code and do some other work at our department to offer more services and take more tribal control, when it would take tribal control of education at the tribal level. So those are the things that are in our new grant that we have. And also we got a technical assistance grant for, from the BIE office when they first closed. So we're in the process of closing our office. We got a assistance grant to work with St. Francis Indian School to provide technical assistance in the area, the academic area, and also for the dorm. Those are our two. But our line office also served other tribes in Nebraska and Yankton Sioux tribe, which are we're in dilemma now trying to figure out how to get the monies that they dispersed out to us. The schools have gotten their money, but it's been a slow process. But we haven't gotten our 638 contracts, our higher ed money, and our infants and toddlers program. So I just want to, I'll talk about our programs, and then I'm going to introduce Richard Tuffy Lunderman, and then from there I'll take the mic back and we'll start with our program presentations on the curriculum and standards with Lydia and our orthography. Carmen's going to talk about Carmen Eagle Pipe will talk about our immersion program. But we have basically the services that we provide at our office to serve the public is we have the Lakota Tiwahe Center, and there's brochures here that is a 638 contract for birth to 5, and it's for us to identify special needs, developmental delays of our babies, our infants and our toddlers, and get them into service with the local school districts at Todd County and White River and Winter. And where that's located in Rosebud, next to our office between Alcon Drug and CHR program, our double wide there. And then we have the truancy, our truancy intervention project that was started by Sherry Redall with some of the 638 contracting monies. And that's to help make sure our K-12 students are in school. And we know they have lots of difficulties and reasons why they're not in school, and so then we only have a staff of 2. At one time we had a staff of 4, but with money, financial squeezes and whatnot, we're down to 2 people, and on my staff is Sherry Lafferty. We're always talking Sherry Redall, Sherry Lafferty, and Charisse Bordeaux is our new person that replaced Jim Leadercharge, who's now on the council. And he should be here this afternoon. Also work with 2 other Sherrys from other reservations, tribal ed directors. Then we have our higher ed program, our higher ed scholarship program, which is a grant that we share with Sinte. Sinte gets half of that contract, and that's where the students of Sinte get funding. There's not enough money, of course, to go around for everybody, but that contract is split in half. And Sinte gets half, and we get half. And so our higher ed office primarily works with students that are going to school off the reservation. And we do have some small donations that come now and then, here and there, that local people can apply for book assistance. But it's not always available, so people get upset about that. We just now got some money in that is being dispersed to students who do not get any kind of funding. And that small money that we get from the tribe is for students who do not receive a Pell Grant or any kind of funding, because it's limited. And we want to try to help as much as we can students who don't receive anything. And right now, we haven't received our monies, but we've dispersed our scholarships out for the spring. And then we have our our Lakota Language Immersion Project, which Carmen Eagle Pipe is the teacher, and Guadalupe Left-Hand Bull Standing Cloud is the assistant. And I'm not a speaker, and I apologize to my elders. I was raised in St. Francis as a Catholic girl. But it's Wakayeja Tiokie Oti. Did I say that right, Carmen? Carmen always is trying to get me to learn a little bit more. And so those are the programs that we have right now. We have a staff of about 15 people. Some of them are part-time, some are on contract. But those are all the programs, and you can look at our website, and it will give you more information on the kinds of programs the services that we provide. And then in my office, with the 2 new grants that we got, we'll be able to get that code updated, and we need the help of everybody. We're going to be having to go out in the community, so this would be one of our first ventures in getting some community input. And real thankful to SGU for inviting us and allowing us to get started on that. And I'm real excited because we've been attempting to do this for, I don't know how many years, 7 or more years, it could be even longer. And we need the help of, we need representation from the communities, and it's affecting all of our schools on and near the boundaries of the reservation, which would include St. Francis Indian School is our only tribal school, and Todd County School District, where most of our students attend. And then the next place is White River School District, where we have the third amount of population of our students attend. And then we have a obligation to monitor the Winter School District. I don't know if some of you are aware that that we had a lawsuit. That lawsuit was filed by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and the community, the native community of Winter, with the help of the ACLU. And that was started before my time when Sherry first started working with the education department. I think it was in 1999. And when I was hired, well, I think it started before that when they were having issues with Winter and White River not treating our students fairly as far as discipline. And so Sherry and some other tribal people got the ACLU involved. And so when I came on board here at Tribal Ed, then I was involved for about 3 or 4 years real heavily. So a lot of the work that I was doing was to attend all those meetings, and we had taken a group of parents to Kansas City. I think Rodney then was an education committee chairperson, and he and I and Diz Herman and his wife, Marilyn, works there at the Winter School. We brought these parents to Kansas City, and they testified about the treatment that they were receiving, that the kids were receiving at Winter. And so then finally we had June of 2006, we had our final hearing at Sioux Falls, and they were put on a consent decree was made by the judge, in which the Winter School District is now monitored by our office. With the help of the ACLU, we meet with them quarterly. Sherry Lafferty goes out to Winter once a month for meetings, supervisor meetings with the staff there, to assure that our students are treated fairly out in Winter. And so that decree has been going on since '06, and here we are 10 years later, and Winter tries really, really hard to get out of that consent decree, and they're pretty close. And we thought that it would be, last a lot longer than that, but they're working real hard to comply. But we know that change in any of these, our border communities, are not going to happen in 10 years. It's going to take many, many more years. But as far as our kids, we monitor and continue to monitor. Even when the consent decree is over, we will still be monitoring them. And so that's one of the other schools. But the other schools that we have students at, of course, are at all the border schools, including Valentine. We have students in Cody, Nebraska, those ones. We have students at Crazy Horse School. We have students at all the boarding schools, and they'll be listed up at our website, all the BIA boarding schools, and there's a few private places, private schools that our kids go to. St. Joe's is one of them that a lot of our students are at. And so we monitor all those places, and Sherry and Sharice work with all those schools to make sure that our kids are being taken care of. And there's only 2 people, we can't cover everything, so we take referrals from parents and students, schools, and the courts as well. So in a nutshell, that's what we do. You can find out more by looking on our site, and we'll talk a little more, and you'll learn a little bit more when we have our presentations from the people that are working in those areas. But for the code work, we're going to break into 4 groups, and we'll have everybody, I don't know how we're going to do that. Sherry will have to help us decide. We'll be breaking into groups. You might want to think about what group you might want to be in, but if it's on balance, we'll have to move you around. But the 4 groups are going to be school boards and governing bodies. That's section 300 of our code. Curriculum and standards, that's section 400. Education policies and programs, and that's like our truancy program and any other kind of programs, like our the Kota Tiwahi Center, and any kind of parental involvement, that's section 500. And then educators accreditation of our teachers that teach in our schools on the reservation, that's section 600. And those are the ones that we're going to be looking at, that we need input that affect us all. And the other sections are the findings that we've updated those. And then the tribal ed department, that's the council and the education committee's responsibility. And the rest will work on Indian preference is one of the sections, and that's a federal law that we cannot change. And then our chartered and educational programs, which is SAPAU, that's where former President Rodney Bordo is a CEO at the St. Francis Mission, and they started the SAPAU Academy. So that's not a chartered entity, but it's one of the other schools I didn't mention. I forgot it, so it's so new. And then we have our immersion project. It's not a formal school. We don't follow all the regulations of the school. It's a language project. And then we have, I forget, White Eagle. Is that still going, White Eagle? We haven't had too much correspondence with them, but they're still one of the schools that are on the reservation that we have to monitor. So the code monitors these organizations and has all these other duties to make sure that our kids are being educated and that they receive a quality education. And then I'll talk a little bit more about before we break into the groups and how we're going to do that. And so at this time, I'm going to go ahead and invite Tuffy to come up and talk about that lawsuit. And when he's finished, we'll have Carmen Ecopipe come up, talk about the immersion project. And then Lydia Whirlwind Soldier on our curriculum and standards. And then Roger and Deb Bordo will be talking about our educator section on our new venture with developing an accreditation process. So then, Tuffy, do you want to come up? I'm only going to give you 10 minutes now.
Thank you, wife, for that loving introduction. I want to welcome everybody, and I'm glad to be here. And once again, really thankful to be able to participate in these forums, and want to thank the university and its administration through its president and Board of Regents for conducting these important forums every year and bringing focus on education. And I really believe it's important for us we have to make education a meaningful part of our lives, each one of us individually. It has to have meaning, and collectively we have to make it a priority. And that's a big issue, because me personally, I believe that education still is not as high a priority within our nation as it should be and as it deserves to be. And I say that because when you look at how success in education is measured, we continue to be at the bottom of the so-called totem pole, the statistical totem pole. And it's unfortunate, but it's also a fact. And so we have to make something happen here. It's no longer, inaction is no longer acceptable. Inaction is still action, and we've got to act here. All of us within our nation here, we've got to get some action here. It's a really unfortunate, and the bottom line is it always is a reflection back on our students and our children. It always gives the perception that we are a nation with learning difficulties, and that's the furthest thing from the truth. And in this educational, these two systems that we have on our nation, within our nation here, we are not being told the truth. We have to be told the truth. So we have to really take education seriously. We have to make it a priority. It's time, it's way past time that a revolution in educational reform take place within our nation. Statistically, both systems we know that have failed, but factually they've failed too. As my colleague Dave Archambault says, is that public education is a dead horse, but we keep trying to ride it. Every now and then, somebody will jump on it and spur it a little bit, you know, but there's no response. Albert Einstein said doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results is a definition of insanity. And that's what's happening, that's what's happened with education. We keep doing the same thing over and over. We have a history of data. We have stories, we have research that shows us that it has failed us. It isn't working. We have to acknowledge that. It is not working. And we also have to work hard now to get control of that education. It will be up to us to determine how our educational code is put into effect. And that's what we have to do. That code, I think, is a strong statement of this nation saying how this is how its people are going to become citizens, informed citizens. And that's what nation building is about. And I don't think, in my opinion, there isn't a stronger statement of sovereignty than through your educational system. And yet, the two systems that we have were not about our sovereignty. In fact, it was about destroying it. It was about destroying who we are as a people. The guiding principle of education has not changed. There's been a lot of rhetoric. When Richard Pratt said, "Kill the Indian and save the man," nothing has changed in 150 years. We're still doing the same thing to assimilate us, to make us somebody we're not. It's still going on. In the last 4 or 5 years, we've had a lot of meetings on education. And I get frustrated and I even get angry because at the end of the day, the focus still remains to be to try to save that public and that federal system that we know doesn't work. There's nothing new. We still think that is what's going to make us better people. That's what's going to get us from being the third poorest county, you know, all of that. And it isn't going to do that because the design was never to make us successful. It was designed for us to fail. And statistically, it says we are failing. But that's somebody else's saying who we should be, but we're not getting there. We need to do something about that. We can do it. We've got everything we need. We've got all the resources we need. We just have to act. I think you know, education for me, I believe is the answer to all of the challenges that we face as Lakota people here on this nation. That's what I believe. I've always been inspired by being around people that are, you know, I guess what I would call intellectuals. Some of them are sitting in this room today, and I've been fortunate enough to work with them on several things. But they always pique my interest and get me to thinking. I can remember, you know, when I was just a really young guy, barely out of high school, and Lionel maybe not even remember this, but he asked me one time, the first philosophical question I was ever asked, basically was, is man inherently evil? And I thought, how the hell am I supposed to answer that? Am I supposed to know that? Am I supposed to have the answer or what? You know, and it scared me. But here I am, probably close to 50 years later, and I'm still trying to answer that question. But what I'm saying is, it made me think. It got me thinking. And that's what I like about education. And we have to become those critical thinkers. And we're not doing that well enough yet because we're still trying to mold our own people to fit a system that is not going to work, rather than take what we believe in that was talked about by Dwayne today, and it's been mentioned, you know, our values, our principles, our virtues, our culture, and develop critical thinking around those things. We need to be able to come up with solutions that are ours. With this lawsuit, and I don't have all of the information by any means, and if I happen to say something that's probably not as accurate, I know Chris and Roger and Debbie here have been involved in this. Some other people, don't hesitate to correct me. But it's probably more than 10 years ago that it started with Yankton Sioux Tribe versus Kempthorne, and I believe Kempthorne was Secretary of Education at the time. And Rosebud was a part of that lawsuit. And it started out, I guess, with once again, a reorganization plan that was basically to get rid of the line offices. And the Lakota Nation said, no, we don't want that. So there was a suit filed, and out of that suit came a settlement agreement, and there's principles in that settlement agreement that the feds were supposed to honor. Well, they started this study group a few years ago, about 3 years ago, that led to called a Blueprint for Reform, and then it ultimately developed into another reorganizational plan. And but the point is that in that settlement agreement, there's some principles. Trust responsibility is the main issue, and there's some rules for consultation, and they're supposed to follow these rules, but they haven't done that. they've had a lot of meetings with us out here, and at every meeting, we've opposed this new reorganization because we're able to see that as nothing more than just a continuation of that first, I guess they call it the Parisian plan. Ed Parisian introduced that first reorganizational plan, and it's just a continuation of that. It's a what they call it, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Same thing, just a different approach. So Rosebud, by resolution, filed another suit. And so then the feds have to respond to that, and the new BIE director, submitted a declaration in response to our notice of violation, and wasn't real accurate. But the judge allowed them to submit a supplemental declaration to kind of clean things up. But the fact is that right now they're supposed to keep so many offices open. They're supposed to keep so many staff in those offices. They haven't done that. They've started this reorganization about 2 years ago, and it still has not been even approved by Congress. The House Appropriations Committee recently, I guess, gave it their blessing with conditions. It could go before the Senate Appropriations Committee here anytime soon. So the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association and the tribal governments in the Great Plains have opposed this reorganization from the beginning. Every time we've had these meetings that they called consultations, we let them know that, first of all, this is not a consultation, and secondly, we're in opposition to this reorganization. Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association got the tribal education directors together to come up with a plan. So it's just been about a week ago at Standing Rock at the Prairie Knights Casino, there was another Great Plains meeting, and so in the morning there, the tribal education directors met. And I think I have here, but they came up, they developed their statement, their recommendations, and I'll read it here. It says, Lila Pilamaya, for the time on your agenda for the important education issues and discussions. And so they came up with these guess, what they told the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association is, we are in disagreement and reject and do not concur with the House Appropriations Committee's conditional approval of the BIE reorganizational proposal. We request that the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association direct the BIE to fully honor its agreement with the tribes and tribal schools, which it entered into a settlement agreement in 2007. We are requesting the GPTCA to approve an alternative proposal to form a Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Education Agency to oversee the assumption and management of the non-inherent area and agency federal functions of the Bureau of Indian Education for the Great Plains tribes, and that said agency be authorized to form a 638 tribal organization to implement the proposed alternative model. So that's a Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Education Association, which would be similar to their Great Plains Tribal Health Board, and address education issues within the Great Plains, and it would hopefully we're trying to carve out, something that will ultimately lead to just dealing with Great Plains issues in education. Because right now, we're all lumped into that one word, Indian, and we're all treated the same, and then we have to fight each other, for what it basically comes down to is dollars. And our national associations don't always present the Great Plains Treaty Tribes' view on things or what their needs are. Even the NIEA supported this reorganization, when all along the Great Plains opposed it. So in effect, we end up battling each other again. NIA puts us in a position of tribe against tribe. And I think that's a that's a huge conflict of interest for that organization. But it's good to see that we're moving out here. We're doing something to bring these issues to the table, because we get defeated by small, non-treaty tribes. They might be gaming tribes that by the luck of geography or something, they have huge gaming revenues. And that's good for them. But it's not good that they can use that kind of influence, political influence, against us out here who have legitimate and unique relationships with the federal government through our treaties. The Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association then, after discussion, accepted these recommendations from the tribal education directors, and they did pass a resolution in opposition to this reorganization, and asking the Senate not to concur with the House Appropriations recommendation of approval, so that this and the funding that goes along with this reorganization. I don't understand. You can organize bureaucrats any way you want to, and it's not going to make the instruction in a classroom any better, any more effective. They're bureaucrats. They don't have a clue. The issue is about instruction in the classroom. And that's where we need to focus. If we're going to turn those statistics around, there has to be reform in that classroom. A lot of these reports that have been done, I mean, the federal government, they've done their own reports, they've done their own criticisms of their own agency. But they all say that it is in the best interest of academia, success, achievement, that you teach Lakota children their language, their history, their culture, and so forth. They all say that. But apparently nobody's listening because it's not being done. And it just goes on and on and on. That's why the definition of insanity fits. So I believe right now we're just waiting for the judge to make a decision. We have our notice of violation. Our attorney presented our brief, and they've been allowed to submit their supplemental declaration regarding the settlement agreement. And this is an important case, because if we lose, it's an erosion of trust responsibility. And it's not about that we want those line officers so much, that, it's about the trust responsibility. That's the issue. And hopefully, our schools aren't going to erode like our hospitals have. But that's the danger. It's an important case. Rosewood should be proud that we took the lead, because it's important for tribal sovereignty. It's important for our kids, for the future. The other thing that I've been asked to talk about here is the Native American Student Achievement Advisory Council. And I was able to serve on that. The council was made up of 22 people. That was a result of an executive order by the governor of South Dakota. But I think how we got there, I'll kind of bring you up to date on that. The President Obama had an initiative. It was called the STEP program. It was a state tribal education partnership. It's probably been about 5 years. Rosebud, Pine Ridge, Cheyenne River, Standing Rock. formed a consortium, and they developed a proposal. Now, this STEP program it's supposed to, I think it was a 3-year proposal and so much funding for each year to allow tribes to take over some of those functions in education that the state education agency does. It was a competitive proposal. It wasn't a guaranteed thing. So we spent a lot of time developing this proposal, and the Secretary of Education wouldn't sign it for the state of South Dakota. So we took it back, and we went through it, and we thought, well, what's scaring them here? What is it? And so we did some, took a lot of things out, worded some things a little differently, resubmitted it, and the Secretary still wouldn't sign it. So because she wouldn't sign it, our proposal didn't even get submitted. It didn't get a chance to compete. We were just taken out of the game completely by this one individual. And I was pretty upset. And so every chance I got, I hammered her on that. And I said, how can this one person, the President of the United States, this is where this program came from, said we should be able to compete for this grant. And this one individual said no, wouldn't sign on the dotted line. And there's no accountability. She's not being held accountable. And I kept saying that over and over and over. So finally, through this succession of Indian education directors in her department, Lowell Amiot took the position, I think it must have been in June of 2014, on an interim basis for a year. And I have to credit Lowell. I think he got the secretary's ear. He was able to talk to her a lot of things. And one day he called me and he said, the secretary wants to meet with 2 people. So I'm going to ask you and Dave Archambault. And so I said, fine, great, yeah, well, let's have the meeting. So the night before the meeting, I was up. I spent a lot of time going through all my stuff in my computer, pulling up everything, all this ugly data, and I was ready for a battle. And we walked into her office the next morning, and the first words out of her mouth was, we have to do something different. This isn't working, and we have to do something different. She said, I know I've been real rigid in the past, but she said, I know that now it isn't working, and we have to do something different. So we had a few more meetings, and the original plan was to provide present some legislation, and she thought she could, politically get this through the state legislature to allow charter schools. But she must have ran into some difficulties. So then they came up with the idea then that the governor would, through an executive order, would form this advisory council. So that advisory council was charged pretty much with 4 things. It was to examine the following issues: what are the factors affecting the achievement of students? And what is the effect of non-traditional schools on student achievement? What are methods of financing and establishing and authorizing non-traditional schools? And then kind of the catch-all, which I was really glad to see, was other issues related as determined by the council. So that kind of left the door wide open. We could talk about everything. So we had about 6 meetings, and out of there we came up with some recommendations. I think the big important one out of here was that it looks like there's going to be 3 pilot projects, if you want to call them that, to develop alternative models. The school districts are going to have to apply for those, the public school districts. Now the intent here is to develop a model that is different from what the school district is doing right now. Altogether different. A new way to teach and learn. Hopefully, the school district will come to the tribe and go to the community and go to the tribal education committee and work with them in putting this model together. That was the intent behind this advisory council. It wasn't for them to make the decision, because they haven't been able to come up with anything in all these years. So I hope that's what happens. We need to make sure that happens. Now, statistically, the worst performing schools are in Indian country, educationally. In Lakota country, I forget, but I said yesterday, I'm really trying hard not to use that word Indian. But in Lakota country, South Dakota has the worst statistics. Now within South Dakota, if you read through that Dreamcatcher, which is the school's newspaper, you will see that the lowest performing elementary school in the state of South Dakota is Spring Creek School. So right here on our nation, we have a serious educational issue that needs to be addressed. I'm hoping that at least that school will be the site of one of these pilot programs. But, you know, it bothers me a lot. I mean, like President Bordo said, when he heard Newt Gingrich on national television give Roosevelt credit for having the highest suicide rate in the world. Now here we are. We probably have the lowest performing school possibly in the world. So we can't sit and do nothing. That there alone is a call for action. And it's a call for cooperation, it's a call for collaboration, and it's a call for hard work. It's a call for all of us that have gotten that education to go out there. This is our opportunity to make it work locally like it's supposed to do. That's what education is about. It's supposed to make your local situation better. So this is a chance. This is an opportunity. These pilots are only for 3 years because that's when the governor's term is up. So there's no guarantees beyond that. The next governor may not fund them. Who knows? There's no legislative proposals, you know, to make these permanent or continued after the next 3 years. So we've got to come up with something that's going to be very effective, got to come up quick. The first year of the grant is to plan and design, and then develop. The second year, I think, is training, and the third year is implementation. As usual, we don't know, but you know, we've got basically 3 years to show some effectiveness when they've had 150 years to demonstrate nothing but failure, but they keep getting the opportunity to do it over and over and over. So it behooves us, because this isn't about anybody other than those Wakanja out there in Spring Creek. That's a start. When I started school, 1952, just right before that, a public school burned down in Soldier Creek. And so they bused those students to McCarty Hall. That's where I started school. I had 8 grades there in McCarty Hall. So Sterling Provincial, Conrad, Larry Yellow Eyes, Kiva Fast Horse, Pat Fast Dog, you know, I got to know them. And they were from Soldier Creek. at the time, it was no big deal to me. I mean, I knew them and got to know them, but over time I realized they were older kids in younger grades, so to speak. You know, they were probably 12 years old in the second or third grade, because that's public school. You're supposed to be 8 years old in the third grade. If you're not, there's something wrong with you. The only difference between those students and the rest of us primarily was they spoke Lakota, we didn't. That was the only difference. That's what gave them the designation of, or the perception of, they had some learning disability or something, or they couldn't learn or whatever. It was simply language. And the teachers didn't understand their language. Maybe there was something wrong with those teachers. But that's how public education works. So now we've come here, you know, to 2016 now. We have an education code. We have a form of government, whether we like it or not. We have a form of government that says we should be in control, and we're not. And it's unfortunate, but there's still a lot of us who think that we should save that system because ultimately that's going to save us, when it wasn't even designed for that. We have to save ourselves, so to speak. We have to educate ourselves. It is up to us. There's no other way. There's no time for it now. Getting back to that STEP grant, I want to read this letter. This is the Secretary of Education's response. It says, I write, and this came to my wife Cindy as the Tribal Ed Director. It says, Dear Cindy, I write to you today regarding the consortium of tribal education agencies interested in applying for the State Tribal Education Partnership Grant through the U.S. Department of Education. First of all, it says, thank you for extending the opportunity to have this conversation. We support collaborative efforts between tribal education agencies and the departments. We are unable to sign the grant agreement at this time for the following reasons. First, the department has the responsibility to oversee the federal programs in the proposed agreement. In order to maintain the consistency of this oversight, we feel strongly that these programs need to stay with the department. Along these lines, South Dakota Department of Education is already challenged by lack of administrative resources, meaning money. And we are not convinced that the grant provides adequate fiscal support necessary to properly administer the requirements. Second, in many of the programs in question, South Dakota Department of Education staff members already are stretched to the maximum. In order to do this right, the partnership would require a significant time commitment by our staff, and it's a commitment we are not capable of making at this time. Third, we have concerns that the local education agencies listed in the agreement have not had a chance to voice their opinions or concerns with this proposed initiative. You know, I've never heard such weak justification, but it gets back to the control issue. She could do and say what she did because they are in control. It's another form of oppression. We don't have the fiscal resources either, but we find a way. A lot of our educators have real stringent time restraints also, but they make the commitment. They will find a way to get to those meetings. They will find a way to go where they need to go to try to improve it. And they can't make that commitment. That's this state, I think over the past few years is shown they're flush. I think they had close to $1 billion reserve or something. They've got money, and they can't afford to send some people to 4 meetings a year because they were going to be quarterly meetings. They can't send 3 or 4 people. Probably costs, let's say even if it costs $500 a piece, you're talking less than $10,000. This state can't afford $10,000 to work with us to benefit the education of our kids. It's ridiculous, but you know, I couldn't let this go. There's no way I couldn't let it go. I could not say, you're right. So I hammered her over this letter every chance I got. So we got to this point now. Now, my next fear is, at least me, I don't know who else, hopefully nobody, going to have to fight this school board up here next. That's going to be the next fight in this, and trying to improve education here. I know it's coming. I hope I'm wrong. I hope one of those school board members can walk up to me and tell me in my face, you were wrong. I hope that happens. I don't expect it to. But we have a challenge here, but it's also an opportunity. And so we all need to get on board here, and we got to make sure that come September of 2016, that right here on Rosebud, the work is started to develop an alternative model of education within our nation, and it's at Spring Creek. Maybe even in Hedog, because there's 3 pilots. We shouldn't just apply for 1. We should send in 3 proposals. But I know this local school board here is aware of this whole thing. They have to be. This comes from their governor, comes from their Secretary of Education. They have to be aware. There hasn't been any contact with the tribe yet. The only contact we've had is they came with these bad attendance figures over 10 years and said to the tribe is, you have to fix this for us. So that's how our relationship is right now. That's their problem. That's not the tribe's problem. When school becomes so dang boring, kids don't go to school. And that's the way it was under No Child Left Behind. School was boring. But we will always point the finger at ourselves. And we accept that. We're conditioned that way. We feel like we don't have a right to raise our voices. We're supposed to think, yeah, we are the problems. We're not. We're talking about a systematic failure. We're talking about 2 systems that don't do what they're supposed to do. They are ineffective. It's time. 25 years ago, tribal education departments were established, and legislatively, but no funding. So now, you know, here we are, and it's taken some time, but here we are right now. We're at a point where we have to put some support, financial, morally, legislatively, whatever we can behind those tribal education departments, behind those tribal education codes, and move our nations forward. I think that's pretty much all I have. I think it's important, though, that, you know, I ran across this quote, and I don't know who said it, but it says, education is a better safeguard of freedom than a standing army. And right now, you know, that's what we have, is education. So I ask you to jump on board, join the fray. Thank you very much.
We have somebody back there for the lights? I want to show a 6-minute video. For the last couple of decades, this institution has been pushing for a national tribal university. And I've made my rounds around the country talking to especially the Indian gaming world to try to secure some dollars and support to do planning. And I was proposing a medicine wheel concept that through online and educational treaty agreements ties all the tribal colleges, which they're together now through the American Indian Higher Education Consortium, but also expands it to bring in other institutions of higher learning. If Harvard University has a good Lakota type of a offering, bring them into the picture. If Arizona State has one, bring them online, develop a comprehensive higher education system across the country. I wasn't quite able to get her going. We had a good start up until 9/11 happened. Then Senator Inouye said, let's put it on the back burner for a while because the country is going to be concerned with security and what have you. But I went ahead and I made a couple of talks in Haskell, and I'm thinking maybe Haskell could be that national tribal university. It's easier to expand than it is to start something from scratch. And Haskell has a good program. We can put a law school there. We can put a medical school there. We can put whatever else and take it to Haskell. But on the other hand, if we can't go anywhere, then my first concept, which I put in a Rapid City paper back in 1972, was for Sintegleskautube College at that time to maybe have this type of a responsibility. Certainly a presence where we can bring all of the Great Plains tribal colleges along with the institutions like University of North Dakota, South Dakota, Black Hills, School of Mines, and bring us all into an educational effort. And it's with that in mind that Senator Inouye and myself were working through legislation on this particular type of a concept. And with that, I want to turn it over, and we have a 6-minute presentation by the late Senator Dan Inouye, Democrat from Hawaii, who was very supportive of tribal colleges and very supportive what he calls an American Indian University. A little more volume.
Funding. At that time, the tribally controlled community colleges were receiving less than President Lionel Bordeaux has asked me to share my thoughts with you on the concept of a university that would serve not only Native America, but perhaps a larger universe of indigenous peoples. My interest in the establishment of such a university has its origins in something that happened when I first assumed the chairmanship of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs about 14 years ago. It was appropriations time, and we were trying to secure a high level of funding for the tribal colleges, so I asked the committee staff to provide me with some comparisons in the funding that is made available to other colleges. They looked at other federally chartered institutions as a basis of comparison, and we learned, for example, that Harvard University, which is a federally chartered university that serves African Americans, was receiving more than $13,000 per student in federal funding. At that time, the tribally controlled community colleges were receiving less than $1,700 per student, 13,000 versus 1,700. Gallaudet University, a federally chartered university that serves the hearing impaired and deaf students, was receiving about $8,000 per student. I was frankly shocked to learn of these disparities in funding, particularly in the light of the United States trust relationship with Indian nations. After that, I started asking around, why isn't there a university that serves the first citizens of America? Shouldn't there be a university that would address the many educational needs of Indian country? I must say I was a little surprised at some of the reactions my questions elicited. Some people seemed very cautious about establishing universities to serve Native America. Perhaps some thought that it might compete with or undermine the tribal colleges whose funding was already meager. But I think that over time, more people in Indian country have revisited the concept of a university and are more receptive to at least discussing the idea. As we learn more about the capacities of our growing technologies, such as distance learning, it makes it possible to consider a university that might begin as a university without walls. That is, all of the tribal colleges, and indeed other universities that have program initiatives that are designed to serve Indian country, could become a part of a university without walls, or put another way, a university without geographic limitations in terms of serving indigenous people. Each could be a component without losing their own unique identities or their funding. Each institution has an important role to play and needs that it is currently serving. I don't think we would want to do anything in any way to jeopardize those important programs and institutions and the Native people they serve. Nor would we want to duplicate what is already being done in Indian country. But we have solid evidence of the critical role that tribal colleges and universities have played in bringing higher education into the lives of Native people who would not otherwise have the means of securing access to higher education opportunities. It seems to me only logical that we would want to build on the strong foundation. Why shouldn't there be a university that has a law school and a medical school and a school of social work where Native people can learn in an environment that is respectful of and sensitive to their cultures and their traditions, their values and their unique histories? Personally, I think it is time we move these discussions forward. In the coming year, I'm hoping that those who are interested in developing this concept further might come together to work with me and the committee staff in exploring whether to develop a bill that could be introduced in the Congress to establish a university to serve the Native people of this land, the first Americans. Your ancestors gave millions of acres of land to this country, and you and your forebears have served in the armed forces of this nation in numbers far in excess of any other ethnic group on a per capita basis. You have paid your dues. In my view, the least America can do for you is to establish a university that is developed by Native people to serve Native people so that your children and your grandchildren and generations to come might have the educational opportunities that others in this country have enjoyed for so long. Aloha.
Watch that. Let's give that man an applause. Mary Sue, wocheke wajila ehegwashtekte. And ask Mary Sue, is the daughter of our founder, Stanley Redbird Sr., to lead us in prayer for our meal blessing. Yui Najyoki.
Hoia tukashila. Kutake ahituina. Woite ea. Yuhanarji unkha. Hena I ekta unkayok tonkhan. Tracha chitka unkiyayaki naha. Pejuta kachia tracha ekta unkiyamna. Howi chozani. Trehan gluhama oni unkte. Ea chewaki. Hona tualena gaga heji. Yue ea heji. Ijan echitka. Trawahoch bi ekta. Wichozani na wokie. Gakto kia tita kuya na trawakanja umpena. Gakeshke. Wichozani na woke yuhakte na lel. Tima onya kakilena unkilena. Wakankilena iota. Wichozani. Onshi wichala na wichozani. Wahaki kitap chankela ka. Unkujab chansh na otehi gacha. Tunkashila wakanki awichaglita na wichozani. Woke. Na woite. Itracha onhakina. Agluta na onshilakina. Wachanto na keglu hamani ki he wopila. Homitake ase.
Ostelo, wopila. Meal is being served in the commons, so if you go ahead and go in the other room, and then we want you to come back this afternoon. The Tribal Education Department with Cindy and Chris and Roger and Deb and Lydia will continue to address our educational code and what we need to do in education. Pilamaya Pelo.
Oh, I know it's a lunch break, but 1978, when we was in the Senate floor of the Freedom of Religion Act at that time. I recite some things that I said at the Senate floor. I'm going to recite those after the committee, but what really you're looking at it today is that curriculum of the Constitution of the education, every education. So those we have to change it at the beginning, that we come to be of the citizens of the United States, June 24th, 1924. So my part as the spiritual foundation of our entity, I'm going to, what I said at the Senate floor there, I'm going to explain brief of it. I might not say all of it, but I will detail of the meaning of the curriculum of the Constitution. Waho. Oh, yeah. Shut it off.
We're going to come on over here. Grand entry number 3, SNL. So ladies and gentlemen, please rise. In logical notes as we call upon Iron Boy singers, Brenison, Opie, Delgado. Underhill.
All right, Kendall, second two, your own gentleman, Gonzalez.
Sukape. Sukape. Uno, two, Mandarin, Mandarin. Thunder Hill.
Follow
on the hill. And thank you, dancers. you take the floor, you're going to be dancing to Mid-Noon. And we're ready to go. Mid-Noon. Holy smokes, Mid-Noon. That's the senior men's fancy. Respect your elders. Yeah. singing groups used to just end the song, and that was it. Nowadays, singing groups finish a song, and there's always got to be one, if not all of them, that say, Haka! Let's clear the arena. Let's clear the dance floor. I believe that was number 10. And let's...
ex-councilman McGee Medicine Eagle. Hey, welcome him.
Okay.
Good choice. Have elected officials, even past ones or whatever. He's a good Lakota speaker.
Welcome to the second part of the forum, the Education, Culture, and Education Forum today. Another reminder to students and all the guests as well. We have a sign-up sheet over here at the table. Hoping there's agendas yet that you can follow along with what's going on here. But students, you do need to find your instructors. There is a sign-up sheets over here for the Lakota History, Culture, and the Lakota Studies Department. Instructors are here with some of their own sign-in sheets. And we welcome everybody, and we see, Gabe is here. Gabe Medicine Eagle, one of our councilmen. Welcome being here. I don't know if there's any other council people that are here, but we welcome our leaders that are here that come to join us and listen to what we're doing so they can get an idea when they sit down in their meetings as to what the people are talking about, what the people need. And in forums like this, they need to hear from us what it is that we want. This is what guides these people. We just don't want them sitting down there making rash decisions over us. They need to hear from us in forums like this. So thanks for being here, Gabe. We'll be getting started here again. I think it's going to go on back to Cindy and where she's going to go from here with her agenda with speakers. Cindy, if you are ready with your agenda, your presentations in the education. Students, please keep in mind, these education forums are for not only for you, but the generations to come. If you have children or in the future, you're going to be bringing children into this world. As Lakota people, when we prepare, we do something, we have to plan at least 7 generations ahead. 7 generations ahead. That's kind of mind-boggling how we do things. But these codes, these educational codes, and how we're going to struggle working with this dominant culture that presides over us, we need to always be prepared, be educated on what it is that we have to do to continue to get a good education here. So be mindful, jot down notes and some questions you might ask. And please join in with us this afternoon. We want to break it into 4 different groups. We put a couple of tables, break this into 4 groups and listen in. Even if you don't have anything to say, we want you to sit at one of these tables and give if you can, give some input as to the topics that will be discussed at those. So this is all going to be on the Tribal Education Code and how they operate for our reservation, our tribe, in the schools we have. Duffy talked about having to perhaps now meet with Todd County School Board, and that's a battle ourselves. Are they actually teaching us, it was mandated that these public schools teach our history and culture. And what's really scary is the state out there, through programs, is teaching our history and our culture in their public schools. One day you're going to go to Pierre, Rapid, Watertown, Sioux Falls, somewhere, and there's going to be some young non-Indian people who are going to know more about you than you know about yourself. And about these children that are going through our school, they know about George Washington, Lincoln, and all of these things, but do they know about what happened in 1890? What happened in 1924? What happened in 1954? That devastated our culture today. I did a workshop at LNI one time, and I said, Terry Jo Gibbons asked me, I need a topic. What are you going to talk about? I couldn't come up with one right away, but I said, just put down OMG. Look at what I've become. She said, what does that mean? I said, you'll see. When I got there, I said, on this day, this was at LNI just before during the week of the 15th, 16th, and on that day, I asked the people in that crowd, how many of you got up this morning and you smudged and you said a prayer and thanked this man who lived a life of conviction for his people, and he died for his people? How many of you got up and remembered him in your prayer? And he died on this day 121 years ago. It was that time period. It's now about 124 years ago. How many of you remember that? I says, OMG, look at what we have become. Most of us are here in Rapid City because our institution gave us gas money, hotel money, meal money, and we brought our savings with us so we can go to Walmart and do our shopping to celebrate the birth of this man whose culture almost destroyed yours. So what are you talking about? It says, OMG, look at what we have become. We're celebrating the birth of this man named Jesus, whose culture almost destroyed ours. How many of you remember Sitting Bull on that cold December day who died in 1890? These dates, these days, in our education here, these schools need to be teaching these things. What's coming up in April 29th of this year is going to be the 148th year. Our celebration of when we signed this 1868 treaty, which is going to be a topic tomorrow that you all need to be here to learn about that treaty. 148 years ago. And so, tomorrow's topic, the treaty. Today, education. And we're all a part of this. Whenever you're ready, Cindy. I'm just jabbering away up here. But thanks for being here and for questions. Think about it. Plum apple.
I was looking for my notebook. It was down here. Okay. At this time, we're going to start with our presentations, and then we'll, when those are done, then we'll be breaking into groups, work on the code, updating, review and updating. So I'm going to call Carmen Eagle Piper to come up and talk about the emergency.
Lekshi waprahaska omakie troja inskintiayo toksha enamona ochichingtan en kanle lojna kam hechna sicheshi enaha iuhala kota studies omakiape takun ogena wakachnigesh nishtuktogena kterata wachagnas mas apkhenashna ichamuge omakiape prata enilashna omakiape tata komni iskiunki chakte ata kukulechanglesko maskewa kichakape chahe chiti paso pina hatuk togane chunkunki he wakhaja iha iskiunki chake koni chakapikte chan truiwa lupi tratranka chatkata he jepranshi was lecha lila Shnata kila waka kena shnata kushna washi. Inka wakpasi inka yahan thui wacha. Aha som kakish ching tomcha. Lupi thui awe tro. Oha, chalai wan ka pina. Legit ka. Agla agla. Kau kenu keng. Chalai changlesh ka ki. Wama kashkan ki khoi to api kaga picha. Iha iwan ka mnashna. Wama kashkan no kichu mnashna. Wakanja ki eglep tuktel hinkte ki. Echna glagli. Iwan ka mna. Igeluk na pele. Washi. Lila yamak pe. Ta komni. Let wakanja ki lena wan ka bhata. Ija yok pe. Ta ku kya yuk champe tha chinki washteste na tha chinki osh akape na thama hel yuk champe na tuktogna chashna ta ku wogla kap chashna bakhaja ke woma kha pake ta ku ape cha yuthape na we choye hena topa eon ke ape Wakota wayawapi hana topa ni shakonwe ni akenupa. Hena ukumpe cha. Topa he ukumpe lam. Ibulaya. Yonka soispa. Chale Changlesh ka ki ton bakhaja tuma yubata thakoja ipia tuma ya hipi wilkhpat ka kitke wilkhpat ka kitke cha wilkhpat ka lupi wilkhpat ka kitke cha sapa wilkhpat ka sapa cha he chitke shne ungleb na Wama kashkan chik ala kelena tuma hiu peanta. Olena thakoja ichupi na ha tuktektel hena hinkta hechi eglepe. Onke api na ha chawapa hi pi na ha yuk champi. Itu api kila ko akhaike. Thos sapa he eto mat oi wiyokh pata ke. Cha topa onke api topa eabna ha Ta ya tisa abhata maste onke ape. Cha wiyokh pata ke ato hata hechata twa onke ape he onke ape. Hata shunka wakha wakian oyate. Kusle shunka wakhan ka ape cha. He chubna iwa ka ape na el egelekte. Le shunka wakhan ka ape cha hel aka egelepe. Ona leja wakia owapi hecha heja yoka wakia na nuku shunka ki a shunka wajini na iyo yapsnesh shugmani to he ayoptaka shugmani to he chahel englepe na kanja ki hechompe ya yonke apenas oyan wazi atake eto na toa cheta onke ape khanta tratranka Chayat insa watoshna tatanka elmata ya tratranka topa elpe noel egelepe tratranka naha matho chiwaina lan elpcha matho ehamchas ya matho et glajin chapinako dabo kipsnata glajin chamnashna Yamna homa thoki hechata khlo upi ampha khlo hechata upi hel ayap tegelep nan wiyo hempata hoesno olon kahiapi ampewi Ampewi. Help to capture some kind of legend. You try be wiki chimemela. Ampewi. E wopila yonke apik dompre. Hechata trachjaki. Psipsil upi. Psipsil. Hechata up. Unkawan yonkapi. Toske unkuyapi kinja. Waton hasna. Ahiwe kapumka. He na he haka. He haka ki e. Tuktesh na. He a trench api. Jahe ampe wiki. Yonke api na. Ito kakata kya. Ito kakata. Hechata ite ki umpha ite. You have a kanja kina kapile. Ite was just the luhapiumpha. Yokpia uyampi. Patu jala la kota. Waichunka kapi. Hechel yokpi uktinja. No hechata wambali oyate ki. Wambali. Hupa hai. You are what does Nick Panish. Isto hupa is na hechumpe. Ishik Panish Jiminashna. Nanaku chetanki hechata u. Chayo kamnashna. Takomanishna. Nukule trokeshna ilewayampe. Piji hota hai onkiak dompre. Ni trachinki wastekte trachan woyukchan taku ilukchan peana azilunki chapina takomene hechet tangwi lukchan hechet ayab yonkapsa ayab ay chapi chokan shta komene ila he chansna wakaja kashna Mama kashko jicho manashna. Inja azilia be. Hecheshna azilia bnish. Ableza picha. Hechel yukchan shkampe. Yukchan ayape. Watonashna. Ito api nukulana. Ichubn iwankap. Mathonish. Tukton ijaya. Yachatona kel wankape. Ito api na wawapi. Na lel. Changlesh ayop takel. Chayachna, hechuk hieni chashna, ahi chashna, nanakulena, watonle, trokan ahian kam, lila krokip hape, heke, hewayate tonle. Chayola we chalk a chance lila, item nish hakata, krokip hamata, leche habiam. Here, krokip hap snap ham, wotakuya, chance yok pe hashkam. He oyatel ayop te iglem naku. Chayechel ukiyo takamata hampa glu shlokab. Na memela homini changlesh ko homini iyo takab. Iyuk champe. Onan ukiglu stamata ala wanka wanjino payamni to pazapta hechel nomna homini uhiape. Homini uhiape nashna. Ukiglu stamata huksila ke trokanshna aho ape. Na hebeluk chato kata uhe pres nak chopasi. Na nakemaji hoka he ap huksila ko especha ke. Pilomich ke tiblo wana shichesh wicha ota obi manchake. Chato kashna huksila ake epresa. Chayan hechukomata huksila kenejna wachibi gelustamata aho ape. Hoka he. Na hoka he she wichoek ihani. We will akpata imanchaka lekshi wichoke. Ptala yan kamanashna. Washi chung ta kamanashna kamana. Chunupamnish wakala piat company. Ptala kam ekpanejna hoka he amna. Takushna yishtampe. Akipta ya penashna. hoi stampi. Cha he cho aton Lydia mai a kipta. Toka ta we choe ki. Hoi hani he we choe ki. He chasna. Washi chumpi. Oki chapi. A kipta mnashni stampi. En kalan hiu ki we choe ki. Tua tap tala hapchas no he topa kipta api. Cha watus ni lakota we choe ki na kai pak ia. Cha ikta ke na ta kom we chung ke kokte. He chung kom na igluzi chap. Ta kom ni igluzi chap no kha. He chita chak alakte. Ni trachan ke igluzi chamata igluzi chamnas no ta kushna sipkhanishna ek patkhana ta kuya he chel. Chunk pewas teste beluha chake yok piashna hechum cho heu kiglus tamata ho trunk ashkatape asla oina la kota we chunka kap ta komeni nak umata yok pipe ho ganashkata ma toskeskeshna oskate maji hapata ije chekchi we chunka pe na he yak tamata Iha balawachi, oxilanta yellow, ob yonkab, is which is an hunter. So it's a muscapinam, yokpiaker, uyape. As Tacoman asilokich and Tacoman here, Chungaleskale, was a cake hike, Naena, you are can spema capture, Yop there, on speech, okay. Yok pia hechel muskam picha. Pila mayape. Le we choye wan lekshi wapraska. From the words of Uncle Albert, as Lakota language teachers, we need to immerse ourselves in our language. We have to feel the language and the words. Every word must be felt and understood so that when we speak, true emotions are expressed. Aichitu, pilamat.
Carmen, we passed those around already. I had Charisse pass those around. We passed around the brochures when Carmen was talking, and she's a teacher, and Lupe, her assistant, is the person that was helping her is her assistant. The immersion project was something that we talked about with, are you still gonna go on? With the former Head Start director, Cheryl Whirlwind Soldier. She was there for many years, and when I got on board, we talked about trying to do an immersion project probably 7 or 8 years ago. And so the plan that we had was that we would start with St. Francis's Head Start and get it started with immersion, and then each year pick a different center, or the centers that had Lakota speakers in them. Then eventually all of our Head Start centers would be partial immersion, but because Cheryl had left and the Head Start standards were so strict, it was kind of impossible. And I got the idea from going to a language immersion training in Albuquerque by the CELO group. And there was a young lady there that was a Head Start director and talked about all the things they did with their immersion program. Later on, coming home and all excited and wanting to do that, and I talked to the new director, Vonda, about doing that. We found out that they were one of those little, small, rich casino tribes that Tuffy talked about that had a lot of money, and they were able to do that because they supplemented that Head Start project with that money, but Head Start's a federal program and they have so many regs and stuff, it's real difficult. But we did start a partial immersion project in St. Francis with the Head Start Center there with Ken. Stands fast. And Carmen was working with him before we got our center started. And the reason why I finally decided that we better do the center was because our dream of the Head Start wasn't going to happen. And then the daycares did partner up, and they are doing partial immersion at our daycares, our tribal daycares. But true immersion is difficult in a big setting such as Head Start and the daycare. So we decided just do it. I had talked to Carmen years and years gone by where we wanted her to do this, and she wants to do that. And so finally, our dream came true, and we're in our second year of our immersion project. It's in St. Francis in a house, and we've been going. We can take up to, it's a house, so we can only take up to about 12 kids. We've been maxed at 8, and off and on it goes up and down. But right now, unfortunately, the sewer backed up there, and we had some vandalism in a couple summers ago where some kids put some rocks down our clean out. So now our center is closed because they can't get it fixed. We have to dig up the road now and do a bunch of major work. So right now we got to figure out what we're going to do. But Carmen's been real instrumental in helping getting this going, and it's real difficult with no money. We don't have any kind of funding. We applied for some grants, an A&A grant a couple times, and some other people on private places and organizations that didn't fund our tribe. They funded other tribes. So it's really hard, but we're doing it with just our own tribal money, and we're not having a lot of money right now. So any kind of donations are welcome, but we'll struggle no matter what. We'll keep it going. And so Carmen's she's going to talk a little bit more, and then I'm gonna ask Dwayne to come up and talk about the orthography, and that will get passed around to you next, the orthography that we adopted. When was it? In 2012.
2012. Oh, lana ewak tunje lekshi waki lana UES ka Uncle Albert translated Paul Goebel books, The Girl Who Loved Wild Horses, The Gift of the Sacred Dog, and Dottie LeBeau was the one that really wanted him to do something for the district. So we worked with Uncle Albert, and he translated these 2 books. And when I read, sometimes I read not like 1 sentence or maybe 2 to the students every now and then, just to model it for them that, reading, writing, listening, and Lakota is very important. And for the 3rd one, Uncle Albert have left it up to me to translate it, because he worked with me on that, and the Buffalo Woman, so I translated that one. And so we have the Uncle Albert, always advocate for his orthography, that we really need to keep using that orthography. It's very understandable, it's very easy to use, and that's why I like to keep his work going for a long, long time. Thank you.
Hawana. From the early 1990s, when I come to this institution, and I went under the wing of our late Uncle Albert Whitehead Sr. in the area of teaching language courses, there was still a continuing struggle as to which orthography that we were going to use. He always talked about a history, in 1970, when the missions, St. Francis Mission, turned over the control of St. Francis Mission to the parent school board, and it became St. Francis Indian School. And the people at the time, they realized this was the opportunity that they had been waiting for to begin to start teaching the language back into the classrooms, and that a written form was going to have to be developed. You know, before this, in high school there in the 60s, going to St. Francis Mission there, I don't know if it was state funding or federal funding that the mission got, but one of the criteria that they had to fulfill for that funding was that they had to teach a foreign language course. And so in my junior and senior year in high school, they told me that I was going to take a foreign language. And so they started teaching me Spanish. So I was always wondering, what the heck is the Lakota going to be doing speaking Spanish? But it kind of paid off for me. Because that same year in 1968, I had the opportunity as a dancer, you know, the late Lloyd One Star and late Ben Blackburn Sr., they took me under their wing and teaching me song and dance, songs, the dances, and there's times I had the opportunity to travel with them in dance troupes. In my senior year, they pulled me out of high school to go to Old Mexico with them to film an old movie. A lot of you young ones probably never thought, and it was a movie called A Man Called Horse, and it was way down in Old Mexico, so my Spanish kind of paid off for me down there in Old Mexico, not realizing there was a lot of different dialects of Spanish. But my favorite line at the time, being 17 years old, you know, dame un cerveza, you know, that was the first, one of the first opening lines I used down there. Today I could still count to, you know, in Spanish, where Spanish is just as similar to learning the Lakota language when they count that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You know, de 21, 22, 20, 10 plus 2, 10. The counting system, very similar to Lakota. When Uncle Albert started talking about these languages, and I was sharing these stories with him, he smiled and he talked about, you know, his struggles and trying to teach the language. How did I learn it? How did I pick up on these things of Spanish, and how did I retain them? You know, we started looking at things like this, and one of the things was repetition. A lot of repetition over and over, such as Hankashi was showing us out here, saying it 4 times, saying a word 4 times, and having the students repair it. Always repetition. But some of the things that he talked about in that, when the language was coming back after 1970, when the missions began to demissionarize and they formed the SADABI organization, the South Dakota Bilingual Bicultural Organization, to begin to address language and orthographies. And our Lakota people from different parts of the state began to come in. And they had ideas. They had tools of what they learned. I have a Tui here, she's not here today, but she married my uncle Vine Goodshield, and when she picks up the language there, she speaks it with the Washichu accent there. But Uncle Vine's sister, you know, she took my language course, and I was talking to her about this orthography on how do we write the language. And she said, I know a way. I was taught in Santee, Nebraska, where I went to school. I was taught how the Episcopals wrote the language, and they taught that. So that was a form of writing the language that was also addressed at SADABI and different missionaries. And Father Beagle's method, and then the two linguists out of Boulder, Colorado, who insisted that they were the ones that had their degrees hanging on their wall, that they went to linguistic schools, and that degree told them that they could teach anyone how to write their language. But people like Uncle Albert and many, many others that attended Sadabi, that were members of that Sadabi organization, you know, they sat down and they argued about it, saying, this is our language. This is our language, and we're going to write it the way that we speak it, the way we want to speak it. Not somebody that's got that degree hanging on his wall, Taylor and Rude. But still, there was those obstacles that they faced in writing the language. Pronunciation, proper pronunciation of the language. Give you little examples of this. You know, when there was a non-Indian who come to me and asked me, your language sounds so beautiful. When you talk about Unchima, your grandmother Earth, and you use a term for her, if I wanted to make a prayer to Grandmother Earth and use the Lakota term for Grandmother Earth, how do I say this? I said, say Unchimaka. Unchimaka. No, don't say it like that. Unchimaka. I says, no, please, don't say it that way. He said, why? Didn't I say it right? I says, no. You just called my grandma a skunk. Although they're almost said the same, there's a little diacritical mark that's put above that K that says Makha. Makha is a skunk. So when you're saying Nuchi Makha, you're calling my grandma a skunk, I said. So you need to know these diacritical marks. And this was the point of the arguments at Sadabi. How are we going to write these dots, these dashes, these things to identify? They all settled on saying there's many different ways. They're beautiful ways, they're good ways if we can comprehend them. There was one that was very difficult to comprehend when some Itasipcho or Hochwoju relatives come from Cheyenne River, and they told us we were the culture that followed the moon symbols. And so every symbol of the A, E, I, O, they had a circle with a little mark around it. So it really looked like hieroglyphics. And it would have been a very difficult orthography to learn. But it didn't work, it didn't fly. But these arguments continued almost up to the day that when Uncle Albert left. Many worked with him in all of those years. Like the late Lexi John around him, Tony Doris, many others that sat down and looked at how can we best teach this written system of this language, this orthography to our students, to our children, to our people, so they can read it and they can understand it. There was a time period, there's a workshop that's happening down at the casino in a couple of days. It might be worthwhile checking out to compare it. I'm not saying it's wrong. Maybe you can comprehend it and use it. But now comes the question, because how did politics get into it when the tribal council says we have to have an official orthography that we're going to dictate to these schools to use? So politics played its role into our language there when the tribal council became involved. But in 2012, they signed a resolution recognizing that the orthography that Sintegleska University uses will be the official orthography of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. And I'll read this resolution to you here. It has Rosebud Sioux Tribe Resolution number 2012-343. whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe is a federally recognized Indian tribe organized pursuant to the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934 and all pertinent amendments thereof, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe is governed by a tribal council made up of elected representatives who act in accordance with the powers granted to it by its constitution and bylaws. And whereas the RST Education Department is a duly authorized department organized in accordance with the ordinance number 91-4, the Rosebud Sioux Code of Education, for the purpose of administering the code and administering services for education programs of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe education program has recommended to the Rosebud Sioux tribe adopt the official Sichango Lakota language orthography that has been developed by the Rosebud Sioux tribe Lakota Language Advisory Council, made up of Lakota speakers, instructors, elders from the community, and Sintegleska University. This orthography will meet the needs of students to include all known sounds in the Lakota language to effectively speak, read, and write the Sichango Lakota language. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe has adopted the official Sichango Lakota language orthography, the art or technique of correct spelling according to established usage, as recommended by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department, and therefore it be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux tribe hereby adopts the official Rosebud Sioux Tribe Lakota language orthography recommended by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department, and be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby directs the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department to implement the official Rosebud Sioux Tribe Lakota language orthography. The certificate is to certify that the above resolution number 2012-343 was duly passed by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council in session on December 13th, 2012 by a vote of 13 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 not voting. The said resolution was adopted pursuant to authority vested in the council. A quorum was present. Attested, Linda R. Marshall, Secretary, Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Cyril Scott, President, Rosebud Sioux Tribe. This orthography we use in the Lakota Studies Department. Students who come through the language, and why we use this method is gone over with them, and a copy of this resolution is given to the students, saying this is the orthography that we will use. Before Uncle Albert left, we sat down with him, instructors and the tribal education program and others. We went to the tribal education office building downstairs. We met, we talked about people saying sometimes there's too many marks. It's kind of confusing. So in talking with Uncle Albert, the diacritics for proper pronunciation for guttural sounds was a must that we have to keep, such as I give you a little example of with the makha and the maka, okay? Even in terms when we use it in prayer, when we say wakantranka, and when you say wakantranka, ka is something that's old and worn out. Wa identifies this old and worn out to be something big and huge. So proper pronunciation in teaching our students, our children in these schools with that diacritical mark as a tool to teach proper pronunciation. Wakha. Kha is that energy, that power that Christianity depicts as God. Lakota culture or spirituality, we don't have a God, but we talk about an energy and a power. Wa identifies this energy, this power, huge, enormous, large. Wakha Tanka encompassing everything in creation. So, proper pronunciation, that guttural dot is a must. The vowels of the Lakota vowels, A, E, I, O, U. Using the English alphabet vowels, but different pronunciation. It's a little struggle for first beginners. We always go back to using that S sound as an A when we go through the numbers. Wanchi, Nupa, Yamni, Dopa, Sapta, Shakpe. When we say Shakpe, many are saying Shakpe. They get an A sound in there. So it's always repetition again, coming back over these. So when we use this nasal sounds in three vowels, orthographies that are similar yet have another nasal vowel that they utilize in their orthography. A, I, U. Oha, Ia, Unti, these vowels. But there are some orthographies also that use the Oin. They use the O-N nasal vowel sound, but that isn't used here. Today I was looking at a flyer that was faxed to me. When we identify that C with the dot to make that CH sound. In some orthographies, they're still using the H after Lakota. They're using that H sound in there, which we don't use. But these, after long discussions at the Tribal Education Building and within Lakota Studies Department, Uncle Albert says, we'll keep that dot above that CH, SH sound and the guttural sounds. But we need that glottal stop also. Okay, that glottal stop, ich, when you kind of put a snap on that consonant. Okay? So these sounds, the one that he said that we could probably get by without using was that line above the K, the T, the P. These ones here, he says we can get rid of that. So there's only 3 diacritical marks that we use in the orthography: the dot above the C, the glottal stop, and the nasal N. And this is what was presented to the tribal council after reviewing it over with many of the speakers and the teachers, the instructors that taught the language. We met time and time again at the Tribal Education Building over here at Lakota Studies. And before Uncle Albert left, he gave us our blessing that we could use the one that he developed his book in. His text is still using the line above some consonants for a heavier sound on some consonants. But the new orthography that was presented to the tribal council and adopted doesn't use that line. So I don't know how we would address that if we go to the publisher that publishes the book, if that needs to, who derives the right to that book, the copyright. Is it going to be Auntie Marlise or JR? Or who do we talk to let their publisher know that this orthography now there are going to be some corrections in his new text. But there are others. One of the things they agreed upon in those Sadabi meetings, we all have beautiful ways of speaking the language and of writing the language. Let's go home and use what we have. As long as we are teaching the language, none of them is wrong. As long as we are teaching the language, let the people know it's a tool. It is a tool that can be used. When my Auntie Dolores took my composition class and I had her do some writing, she used the Santee Williamson's orthography in doing her homework. I gave her a C out of that course, and she said, Malakota na lakota wag like an oa mas beash leche siva mayako. Takue. She says, I speak the language, I write the language, and yet you gave me a C. Why? She was hot on me in my office. I said, I was teaching you a tool. You say you wanted to go into the classrooms to teach the children, utilizing this tool, but you brought Williamson's tool and you'd done your homework. That's not what I was looking for. This is the tool that we want you to go into the classrooms to make proper pronunciations in our language. This is the tool that I wanted you to write your papers in. Okay, yeah, I guess I failed it. So you didn't fail. Your papers, I can understand them, but you didn't use the tool. So the Tribal Education Department, I think, is duly given the authority to use this and implement this into the school districts. It's the same one that Sintegleskautube and Lakota Studies Department utilizes in our instruction in the Lakota Studies Department. Are there any questions to this? Or have you developed an orthography? Okay, then I thank you for lending me your ears, and we look forward to continuing on in education with this orthography. Pila maya pala.
Okay, again, we just want to encourage everybody to use this orthography. It has a little bit of a changes from the book, but it's primarily the same. But the book is that Albert worked with. The company that owns that orthography, so we had to look and make changes to it so that we own this orthography, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and we want to encourage. The resolution states that you should be using it in your schools, and we encourage that it be used. And we're developing materials, and if you look on our website, this orthography, it's not up there now, but the orthography is on there. Everything that we're developing will be put on there. We haven't put our standards, which Lydia is going to be talking about, and she developed them with the help of looking at with other people on the reservation and looked at everything that was already in place. And so we looked at everything and came up with this one. It hasn't gone to council. It'll be going to council. It was accepted by the education committee and it just didn't get to council. So that will be our next step. So I'm going to turn it over to Lydia. Oh, and I also wanted to let you know that you don't see any education committee members here. We saw one earlier. Lydia works part-time for our office, primarily just doing this research and this curriculum. So she sits in an office and does this. We don't interact so much, but she's also on the education committee, and she was the chair at one time when she was a councilwoman. But at this time, our education committee chair is Jim Leadercharge. He used to work for our truancy program, and I've been texting him and found out that they're having a council meeting today. So we unfortunately don't have any educational leaders here. Go ahead, Lydia. Do you have a floating microphone? Are you going to come up here then? Or maybe she'll come up here.
Good afternoon. Chante washte anape chuzapi. Lydia Whirlwind Soldier, much up. I've been developing tribal curriculum. I'd like to show you how far we've come so far. We still have a long ways to go. Okay, we have 7 standards. We came up with 7 standards, and if people are wondering where the standards came from, we compared the Ocheti Shakoi Essential Understanding, and that was adopted by the state of South Dakota to be taught in all schools clear across the state. And these standards, essential understandings, were developed by tribal people all across South Dakota, the Ocheti Shakoi tribes. each sent several people, and we had meetings, and we came up with some standards that as I said, was adopted by the state of South Dakota. And then we compared those to Todd County School District, the Lakota Study Standards in St. Francis Indian School, Lakota Study Standards, and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Code. So these standards weren't randomly selected. They were, we compared these 4 documents and picked out what they had in common. And so we came up with 7. 5 of them came from what was common in all 4 standards, and 2, we added health because of our health problems on a reservation, diabetes. We think our kids need to learn more about health. You know, there's preventable diseases that our kids don't know about, like diabetes and heart disease and our kids need to learn about those things and learn to eat a healthy diet. And then the 7th standard was Lakota Life Today. And we thought that was important because our kids have to learn to live in this society, and they need to learn about our resources that the tribe owns, and they need to think about economic development. All the issues that we have today, our kids need to know about and learn how to deal with those so that it benefits all of us. Okay, we developed these. Why develop our own standards to address our cultural diversity, provide insights and concerns of communities and challenges. We have we really have a high unemployment rate. What can we do? We own almost 1 million acres. What can we do with that land to develop? Economically develop our land base and to provide employment for our children and for all our people. And education must be relevant. Tuffy talked about that. I feel that we have to learn to live in 2 worlds. We have to learn to be able to function and succeed in white society, be able to step into white society and compete with anybody. Our kids are smart, they can do it. But our people have to be able to step back into our own society and know how to act in ceremonies, know how to honor people. All the things that are important to us, we need to know. And we need to teach our children. This is part of the parents' responsibility too, to respect and to appreciate our own identity and our culture, and our history and language. And I was glad Dwayne brought up that orthography, because we wanted to follow sintegleska and what they're doing in their language, Lakota Studies program, because we want to all be on the same page. When our kids enter college, enter sintegleska, I hope that they'll be able to read and write our language, and sintegleska supports that. So that's why we wanted to follow sintegleska and keep in step with whatever sintegleska is doing. And these are our educational standards. The student will develop knowledge and understanding of Lakota philosophy, traditions, culture, and social customs. Our kids need to learn, for example, when the veterans come in, our kids should know the proper etiquette to stand and to be quiet and to honor the veterans and the flag. Standard 2, the student will develop knowledge and understanding of Lakota kinship system, family, and tribalism. We need to teach our kids who they're related to. You know, our tradition is that we don't cross our bloodlines, and how many of our kids don't know that. And honoring our families. And tribalism, being loyal to our tribe. Standard 3, Rosebud, the students will develop knowledge and understanding of the Rosebud tribal and reservation land base and natural resources. You know, we own all that land. What are we doing with it? What are we doing to preserve our timber reserves and other natural resources that we have? The student will develop knowledge and understanding of history. You know, we really have a proud history. We have some great leaders, and our kids need to know that. It develops their self-esteem and know that they came from great people and good people. Standard 5, the student will develop knowledge and understanding of tribal government and economics. You know, I was on a tribal council for just 1 year. I decided not to run again, but I went onto that tribal council floor and I didn't know anything about tribal government. I felt lost. And I blame myself for that because, you know, I had many opportunities to study tribal government and I didn't do it. So, you know, our kids should know about our tribal government. So if they do, well, even if they don't run for council, they'll know what our tribal government is about, and that our tribal council is a legislative committee, they don't micromanage programs and all that stuff. Our kids need to learn that. And then, as I said, Standard 6, our students will develop knowledge and understanding of health and nutrition. That's really important because many of I don't know what the stats are, but really a lot of people have diabetes, and it's all because of diet. And then Standard 7, the student will develop knowledge and understanding of today's Lakota society. You know, we do have a proud history, and I want every one of our kids to know that, you know, of our leader. I want them to know about our leaders and even not just historical leaders, but leaders of today. Okay, how are the standards and related materials organized? Each standard has related instructional materials to help teachers organize and collect needed materials, avoid repetition, teaching, provide consistency and rational advancement. Every standard has an essential understanding, and that essential understanding tells us why those kids should know what's on that standard. It explains it. Lesson plans, every teacher should have lesson plans. The activities are listed there. Related Lakota language, art, and music, and all relevant materials. We don't have a standard on language because we expect language to be embedded in every lesson and every standard. That's just something that's expected. Okay, why are they organized in 4 levels? Okay, they're K to 2, 3 to 5, 6 to 8, and 9 to 12. Standards are organized into 7 cultural standards describing what students should know and be able to do from kindergarten to graduation from high school. A brief overview of each standard will describe what a student should know and have learned before entering the next level. Okay, they're organized by levels. Each level has grade and appropriate age, outcomes, activities, and resources needed. Educational outcomes, nowadays they call them outcomes, but we used to call them objectives when I first went to college. So they're divided into 3 domains. They're the Bloom's taxonomy. If you're an educator, you know what that means. So each outcome should be measured by those under the Bloom's taxonomy. Each level, where am I here? I'm getting mixed up here. Oh, okay. Each cultural standard is organized into a lesson format. You have the essential understanding, what tells you exactly why that standard, the issues that standard is addressing, what each grade level should learn and know, the title of lesson, the time period, the indicator. The indicator demonstrates achievement of outcome. It's going to demonstrate what your lessons and your activities should be teaching. Outcome, the lesson, activities, and resource. And I'm trying to add Lakota music and I am adding Lakota vocabulary in each lesson. And we're using resources such as maps, examples, and stories. I'm trying to integrate Lakota stories into each lesson. This explains what essential understanding is. For example, Standard 4, a student will develop knowledge and understanding of Lakota history. So the essential understanding is a major concern of American Indians is that the written history, notes of explorers, observations, and first impressions of American Indians was interpreted, judged, and visualized into the European concept or Western way of thinking. So what we're saying is they didn't understand us, and they interpreted the way that their culture would. When these observations and first impressions did not fit into Western culture and concept of how things should be, we were judged as being uncivilized. And that was a quote from Albert, T. Below Albert. From the time of first contact and into today's society, there has been misrepresentations found in literature, movies, and other forms of popular culture that reinforce cultural misunderstandings and prejudice. That's why it's really important for teachers to really look at the materials they're presenting to the students to make sure that there are no misunderstandings or really a kind of underlying prejudices. Unfortunately, many of the younger generation have not learned the true facts because of several reasons. Those in a position to write history determined what and how the Native American was, how that Native American history was to written and education follow this form of misinterpretation. That's why it's really important that we have our own standards. Another detrimental factor is the separation of children from their families to the boarding school system. I've had people tell me, get over it, that happened a long time ago. Well, it's too bad. It just kind of filters down through the generation and affects many of us. Many of us who went to boarding school didn't know how to be parents just because we were separated from our parents and we didn't have the role models. 3 to 4 generations were required to attend, thus causing a loss of cultural knowledge and tribal language. There isn't too many of our little ones now that speak Lakota, and I'm really happy for what Carmen is doing in her classroom, because I think that she's really contributing a lot and really advancing our need to preserve our language. Currently, historical perspective and oral traditions, written accounts about the Native Americans are being revisited and examined for accuracy by Native scholars and by white teachers too, who have studied about us. Native American people have long integrated literacy into their culture and history. A lot of people think that many of our high regard for their historical oral tradition, which included creation stories, tribal historical accounts, legends, the stories that taught proper behavior and lessons in life. So oral tradition is really important. Just even hearing about your own family history Okay, these are examples of the levels that we have. Grade K and the Bloom's taxonomy, knowledge, comprehension, application, and the outcome. Each outcome for each grade level will be different. They won't all be the same. The lesson activities, they'll all be different. They'll fit into the outcome. And then the resources listed that will be needed. So it's a very simple outline. It's a very simple way to, once you understand it, it's very simple. Okay, why standard-based instruction? Standards provide a beginning point at each grade level and developmental level. It focuses on content needed to move to next level of learning, understanding, and expression. And it provides an organized curriculum framework, overview, instructional materials, and assessments and development of lesson plans. And in the classroom, these are really important. You don't want to go into a classroom and just randomly select the topic and try to get organized and have all the materials ready, because it won't happen. Okay, standard 1, tribal land-based and natural resources. The students will learn the historical and holistic view of communal land ownership. You know, we had no concept of private land ownership before the Allotment Act. This historical view on communal land ownership and how it applies today. You know, we've had that, is it Cabell? That was paying out for fractionated land. That was the result of the way that the government divided up our lands. And we just owned, some of us just owned inches. Rights and responsibility of being landowners and stewards of our inherited resources. You know, how many of our kids know that the tribe, and they are part of this tribe, and they are members, so they are landowners. And we have to start teaching our children to be stewards, because we need to take care of our land. We need to start thinking about timber reserve, and we also need to start thinking about our hardwoods. You know, how many stands of hardwoods do we have left? And what's going to happen when all that's gone, when people are burning wood to keep warm in the winter? We need to start planting, and we need to start, you know, thinking ahead, people are always saying thinking 7 generations ahead. We're not doing that with our timber reserves. Lakota kinship system. The students will learn social and kinship distinctions. There isn't too many people that address their relatives by the kinship terms anymore. I tried to when I sometimes forget, but I try to. It just it's just a way of showing respect and being. It makes you feel closer to somebody when you address them as a relative. Behavior in kinship groups. You know, make sure that your kids know who they're related to, so they don't cross bloodlines. This system is essential and a foundation to a strong and stable society. I'm way behind. Rules that apply to the social structure, you know, showing respect, honoring people. Those are things that we're losing, and we need to start teaching our kids. Strengthen our social structure. You know, when you know you're related to somebody, you go out of your way to get along with them. You know, you go out of your way not to argue and not to do things that will hurt their feelings. So, you know, we had a really strong social structure, and it kept peace with our tribal people. And kinship is central to our identity. You know, it's important that our kids know who they are, who they come from. You know, every one of us wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the people that we came from. You know, they were strong to survive all those wars, to survive the boarding school system. You know, we came from a great, strong people, and our kids need to know that. Okay, standard 3 is Lakota history. As I said, the major concern is what is written about our history, the misrepresentations, the misinterpretations, and judged by observations and first impressions. You know, younger generations have not learned the true facts. They need to know what is true and what is not true. The historical perspective, oral traditions, written accounts are being revisited. Okay. Historical perspectives, oral tradition, written accounts are being revisited. And I'm really glad for Sintegleska's Lakota Studies department if really doing a good job on this. I took several classes and I really learned a lot. And it's, you know, accurate information. Standard 4, tribal government and economics. I already talked about this, you know, how important it is for our kids to know about our tribal government. You know, a lot of people don't know that our council is a legislative committee, a council. You know, I think that we would get more done if the people really realize that. And like if you're having a problem in education, go to the education committee and they'll support you and they'll take it to council and you'll get more done. Any one of those committees, the health, transportation, any one of those committees will help you. And it's more effective to go to those committees and have them back you up and take it to council. Standard 5, Lakota philosophy, traditions, culture, and social customs. Lakota philosophy, I think, you know, it's a rational worldview and holistic approach to life. And it's going to talk about individual differences as well as cultural differences. You know, in our society, we never expected anybody to be the same, the very same. We accepted people for who they were. And proper behavior and cultural events, it's really, I can see where families aren't teaching their kids proper behavior by the way they act at powwows. I think it's really important for parents to start teaching their kids. And health and nutrition, I talked about that, prevention and intervention. We have to seriously consider that. Our people, there's so many of us that are overweight, you know, and have diabetes. And it's all because of our diets. Rights and responsibilities and access to health services. The government hasn't been living up to their treaty obligations to us. And we need to start thinking about that and making some demands. It all comes down from Congress and funding. We can't blame the IHS Health Administration for the problems that we have because the funding just goes so far. And until we start getting the proper amount of funding, our health services aren't going to change. Our kids need to learn basic skills of their own individual health care, to be health advocates for ourselves and for our families and our communities. And then we need to start seriously thinking and teaching our kids about today's Lakota society. You know, we have beautiful traditions, we have a beautiful culture. There's many people that want to be Lakota. I've heard it many times. You know, I wish I was Lakota. But we need to start thinking about the importance of education. We have to learn to live in two societies, no matter how you look at it. And we need to teach our children confidence in their identity. You know who they came from. know about their own family history, and making informed choices. You know, knowing about the choices that you have and making informed choices. And then we have to know how the past events shaped our society. You know, we sometimes we blame parents for a lot of things that happened to us. But you know, our parents grew up in boarding schools, and they had no family, they had very little family contact, and we have to always remember that. And many of them were abused and taught to abuse. So we have to think about that and decide what kind of life that we want for ourselves and for our children. Okay, other cultural subjects. These important subject areas will be embedded throughout the standards in all curriculum developed. There'll be music, dance, oral tradition, storytelling and literature, and art. And as I said, language will be embedded throughout the curriculum. So we didn't have a standard for language. That's my presentation. If you have any questions, ask Cindy.
Okay, I know we're a little bit behind. I want to thank Lydia. She's working really hard. She works part-time for us, but she works more hours than she gets paid for, and I really appreciate that work that she's doing. She wants to get this all completed before she totally retires, and there's a lot of work to be done yet. And then the process will be, when she's done that, we will take it to the schools, meet with the schools, and then get all the stakeholders to review and approve, and then it'll be available to the teachers. It will be on our website in the future after it goes through that whole process. So that teachers, people who want to become teachers out here, or you want to learn more, we're going to be posting things on our website as well for people who want to learn the language. Okay, at this time, we're going to talk about our, let me grab the section. I don't have my notes with me. The section on educators, I think it's section, 5 or 6? And that talks about the teacher certification process. And so we've been working with Dr. Roger Bordo, with the accreditation process that he already developed years and years ago for the ACTS organization that he is is in charge of. So instead of reinventing the wheel, we're taking everything that's already been done and trying to put that together. And I'm gonna let him and Deb will probably come up here. Deb, you wanna come up here and introduce? Deb Bordo is another one of our part-time workers who's a honorary Rosebud Sioux tribal member. We have 2 Deb Bordos. We have our Rosebud Deb that's walking out over there, and then we have this Deb. So, and they're both in education. So, and I work with both of them, so it gets confusing on my texting and whatnot. But we're trying to get this all in place, and they'll tell you more about what we're doing. And this is one of the obligations that we have in the code that will really help us.
Hello. As she said, my name is Deborah Bordeaux. I'm married to Chris Bordeaux, who's from St. Francis, and been working with Dr. Roger Bordeaux for many years and related to tribal grant schools. And he is the executive director for the Association of Community Tribal Schools, and in that capacity, he worked on developing this accreditation. He has many years' experience working with tribal grant schools. He worked at St. Francis and a number of other schools in Teoshpazina, and then recently was the superintendent at Todd County, and now he's back working at Teoshpazina and doing consultant work. So, Dr. Roger Bordeaux.
They told me to tell some jokes, but I'm not going to. I would like it if everybody would stand up a little bit and stretch. We've been sitting here for an hour and a half, and we all need a little bit of a stretch. But while you're standing, I'm going to go ahead and talk, and I promise not to take more than an hour, more than likely 2 minutes. My parents were Rose and Beau Bordeaux from St. Francis, and they had 9 or 10 children, and the majority of us worked all of our lives in education, so we've been around forever and ever. But those of you that know me know that I've been a little bit of a radical since a little bit after I was born. Maybe when I started crawling and started learning how to walk, I was always going in the other direction. But I've been doing a lot of different things, and the latest venture that I've been having is that right prior to the 96 Olympics that was in Atlanta, Georgia, the 8 regional accreditation agencies that existed in the United States formed an international commission whose purpose was to try to market accreditation across the United States. One of their commissions was called a Commission on International and Trans-Regional Accreditation, and I still don't even remember how we found out about it, but the Association of Community Tribal Schools went to a meeting up in Maine for about 4 or 5 days with the CETA group, and eventually got them talked into allowing our organization to serve as a trans-regional accreditation agency in collaboration with other accreditation agencies to offer tribal-specific accreditation for tribal elementary and secondary schools. So we got the process approved and started accrediting tribal schools in 1997 or 98. And we got up to about 15 schools across the United States that were accredited through this accreditation, and then it allowed us also to do dual accreditation with those 8 regional accreditation agencies in the United States. So the schools that I know for sure were in North Central and Western accreditation groups, because there was no schools in either Eastern or Southwest at the time that were interested in doing this. So we did this accreditation process until about 2007, I think. In 2007 and 8 is when North Central started morphing into advanced ed. They entered into an agreement with the Southern Accreditation Agency, and the North Central Accreditation Agency dropped their group and became advanced ed accreditation. When that happened, our Association of Community Tribal Schools still talked with them about trying to be corporate sponsors for those schools that wanted to be tribally accredited. And they said, yes, we can still continue that effort, but what happened is that they ended up almost tripling our corporate fee, which we could not afford to do. So we ended up not having an agreement with Advanced Ed for accreditation. So that last group of schools that went through that accreditation ended, I think, in 2008 or 2009. So during that time, most of them went ahead and got Advanced Ed accreditation. And then about 2 years ago, the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association started working with the education committees of tribal councils, and they formed an Oceti Sakowin Education Commission, which was made up primarily of tribal education committee councilmen from different areas within the 9 reservations in South Dakota at that time. One of their tasks eventually was to create an accreditation and teacher certification process that would be used by those 9 tribes to accredit all of the schools that existed on their lands. And at the time, there was discussion that it not only included the tribal schools, but also included the public schools, the private schools, whatever they wanted. So that's where I stepped in and said, hey, I have a model that we've tried before and it's worked. It's already been vetted through NCA, and I think that we could go back to Advanced Ed and work again to get dual accreditation for those schools that want it. But what it does is it gives those 9 tribal governments the opportunity to practice sovereignty in regards to education, so that they can make determinations of what children should know and be able to do and be serious about doing it. So the stuff that you've seen Carmen do, the stuff that Lydia's working on, if that's what this tribal government wants every child to know and be able to do, you figure out a way to tie it into your accreditation process, and then it'll happen across the whole nation, this nation, not necessarily the United States, where we're talking about Rosebud here. And so that's happening in all 9 reservations. I've been working with 5 tribal education directors and 1 person that represents 2 other tribes. So 7 of the 9 tribes have been really active in putting this accreditation process together. The other 2 are just starting to get involved with us. So we will have support from all 9 reservations, and we drafted a resolution that the tribal education directors can take back to the Tribal Education Committee and eventually to the councils to get this accreditation process approved at each one of those 9 reservations. And if everything goes well, maybe it'll expand into other nations across the United States. So that's what we're doing. It's essentially a process where all of the schools have to apply for tribal accreditation. They have to go through a self-study process similar to what NCA does for the colleges and everybody else, where you do an analysis and discover your own strengths and improvements, and then put together an improvement plan along with complying with what we currently have are 13 quality standards. And once you put all that together, a visiting team would come in and spend 3 to 5 days to verify that yes, you are indeed complying with these standards. You've done the self-study, you've done the school improvement plan. Therefore, we'll give you a 5-year accreditation, and you have to do annual and all that kind of stuff. So that's one track we're going on, and the next track we're going to start working on is, which none of them know about it yet, where they at, is the tribal teacher certification process. See, one of the things what really guides what happens in the classroom is what happens with accreditation and certification. So if schools are tied to state accreditation and state certification, that's who their real masters are. That's who they're going to talk to. That's who they're going to get, what they want done eventually. So our thought is that what we should be doing is doing all of this from a tribal perspective. We're trying to collaborate with all 9 tribes, but there's some tribes that can add or delete from what we're putting together. And we're about this close. Everything is developed. All of the standards and the criteria is all set up. We're going through a couple more drafts. We're hoping that the tribal education committees and tribal councils will start passing resolutions this spring, so that eventually, and hopefully by the beginning of next school year, if there's any schools that wanted to attempt this, it could happen. That's kind of an ambitious thing to do within a 2-year period, but they took it on, and all I'm doing is just helping them do the work. So I want to thank them for giving me the opportunity to work with them. I want to thank the College Board of Trustees and Lionel and the drum group and Leonard for giving us the time today to explain all of the different things we're trying to do, because the only way we're ever going to change anything is to get enough people to do something different. And so I've always, like I said before, I've always been a radical. I've always been an attempt to be a change agent, and that's what I'll continue to try to do until somebody tells me not to anymore. So thank you, and I won't take any more time. I promise. Oh. Oh.
Education and English. as we prepare to break into the next session here, is Russell still here? Let's hear what Russell. Lekshi, we're going to take a few minutes here before the Education Committee continues on. And those of you that went by to take a look at the poster boards over here about what education was like for our great-grandfathers and grandmothers that were taken away from their homes and sent out to Carlisle Indian School. We're going to do a little ceremony here and saying some prayers and getting to know our history. Painful as it is, we need to know our history. Russell's a tribal historical preservation officer, and we're going to ask him to he spearheaded this and bringing this knowledge back to the people. So I'm going to turn this over to him. Dokilalo.
Hoiami taku epi trokahe atona hepi kon yuha chante washtana pe chuza pelo. Ele ampetu kina ha wons pe iwagalakam. Hocha hel taku anako bladgang na lekshi krodog watchiko iwachi wash. Doksha washitio beluies kaktelo. I'd like to just take a few minutes of your time. We have, last summer our youth group was invited to Washington, D.C. President Obama asked for youth to come. Our tribe sent a group of kids to Washington, D.C. But on their way back, the mentor group stopped in at Carlisle Indian School. Remember, Carlisle Indian School was established back in the 1870s, late 1870s. And our leadership sent many of our kids to Carlisle. And as a result of our young people seeking education, getting an opportunity to learn a language and the ways of the Washichu, they went to Carlisle Indian School to learn. Today, if you look on the west side over here, our youth group, mentoring group, went to Carlisle and they saw all these burials of our relatives still in that cemetery. Today, we identified 10 of them, and we're looking at 5 more of our Sichangus buried there in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. And so what our youth group did was they came back and they were really disturbed that for 130 years we left our relatives someplace. And that really bothered our young people. And so they came back and they wanted to do something. They wanted us to help them bring our relatives back. And so we're at the beginning stage of identifying those relatives. And our youth group has been doing a lot of research, and they've identified all those people still buried. And so I'm probably to blame, but when we set these up, we set them up in honor of those relatives, that anything that we do it with prayer and honor, respect. And so those are chairs identifying those relatives that are still buried at Carlisle Indian School. And it kind of gives you a history of all the documents that are attached. And so I asked my Lekshi Leonard Crodog to say a prayer for the spirit of those sitting here with us today. There are 10 chairs back there. And so I wanted him to say a prayer for us. and what our youth and what we're trying to do that we're successful, not only in Carlisle, but when you hear about Canton, South Dakota, when you hear about Genola Indian School, when you hear about other schools, boarding schools throughout the country that our people went and maybe they didn't come home. So it's going to open doors and a movement to bring our people back. Now tomorrow at 1 o'clock, we'll be doing a presentation on Carlisle. So all of you come back, listen, and then you have an idea why we have these chairs up. And we will talk about Carlisle and the significance and the movement that we're trying to establish here on the Rosebud. So with that, I'm going to turn this mic over to my Lekshi to render a prayer for those spirits. Hoya Lekshi.
Wichanagia, Wichatachaya, Wichakixie, Naina, Ukitakwepi, Ukieta, na iepe ta unkupi. Honaheha toka sete. Toka sete astor uyampishni. Hohe on, Wichana rikilena toker. Naha Wichatra chankilena toker. Na unkita kugena toker. Ka astuni nariki het inktichni. Nariki het chukashra unti. Makhoche o uyampiki hetia. O uyampikte. O to apetu kiler heche. Lehan. Wa uyankapi. Wichukiksi apiki he. Hena hektakia. Wo you te luchtatapi. O hena. Namini latkapi. O hena. Wons pewa el iotakapi. Na el inosipi. Na el yunkapi. O hena apetu kile. O heche tukashira nie wa unshialaki. He. Na nie wa kikstapta itchacha wochan khie luhaki. Ona woa he tuakani taki le na yuha. E a hoia pe. Le na tu epichni. E na unki e takwi epi. O ichana ri he o uia piki heche unti. Tukashira. Ate. Ina. O heche. Chie. Wotakwie. Chue. Mithankalaya. Mithozalaya. Mithoskala. Mitakwie oye. Lena hel oya pia petu kire wanlake. Ho heche ran petu kire het tukashira. Wichana kikire na tukteni lel oya pi. Oi hakeshni wichana ki obna ki hel oya pi. Tukashira e abokipi. Unti e abokipi. Mitakwie e abokipi. Wakina oyate. Wamakashkasi tomia. Mniwa heche. Na wamakaska makochlo ko tipi. O heche rampetu kire. Ni tu epiki he, na ukutu epiki he. Trawitsin ha yuha na chuya ha yuha chehoya. Yuha hoya pi. O wichoya tuini musni treha. O hena ikiksia e a hocha. E a ho chichiro. O chichiro. Ampetu kire. Apetu kire. Mitake. Oiasi. Mitake oiasi. Echitoro mitake. Otkoska e ajota. Kuneikta.
A couple of years ago, here at the Founders Forums, we depicted a documentary about a young girl named Lost Bird, who was finally brought home to her people as an infant taken from the Wounded Knee massacre and lived a tragic life out there and finally brought home to her resting place amongst her people at the Wounded Knee Memorial. And it seems like from this time, little by little, our history is catching up to us. Our past, our ancestors, they want to come home. They see what we're doing and we're growing. We're coming back and they want to be here with us. Tomorrow, I urge you to all be here and listen to these children that are going to share with you what they experienced out there in Carlisle. So I look forward to that because one of my relatives, there's a hollow horn bear there that was also at Carlisle, and I would like to see that relative's spirit remains brought home also. Pilau Yapalo. Cindy, your education, or Deborah, who's on next? Who's on first? Who's on second? And who's on third?
We're going to do a short activity called the World Cafe, and we're going to look at 4 sections of the tribal code: school boards and governing bodies, curriculum and standards, education policies and programs, and educators. Cindy's going to go around and number you 1 to 4. We're going to have facilitators at each table, and we're going to go 15 minutes at one table. We're going to ask you to move to the next table for 15 minutes, then to the next table for 15 minutes, and then to the final table for 15 minutes. That way you'll have an opportunity to comment on each of these areas. At the end of that time, then the facilitator from each of those groups will present what findings they have and what comments you've made. When we finish with that, then we will give individuals an opportunity to make any comments about anything that they've heard today, anything that they wanted to say about the programs that we've presented today. So we hope that you'll stay, participate, and give us your wisdom. Thank you. Okay, all of you that have the number 1, if you'll come to this first table on the north side where Roger Bordeaux is sitting, he'll facilitate that group. Number 2 will be where the jackets are. Cindy Young will be facilitating that group. Number 3 is over in the eastern corner here. And number 4 is this first table on the south side.
Your guys' dead border will do 2 for me.
Okay. Sherry Lafferty and Cherise, you'll be group 3 facilitators. Chris Bordeaux will be group 4. Deb Bordeaux, Rosebud Deb Bordeaux, SGU's own Deb Bordeaux will be group 2. Yeah.
In case you're wondering what questions you're going to be working with, if you have the agenda with you for today's program on Wednesday, we're looking at reviewing the travel education code sections, summarizing these questions for groups to discuss, the things we want you to talk about. What are some of the ways that the travel education code can be implemented and enforced? Okay. It's on the agenda on page 6. Page 6 of the agenda. Please, those will give you some questions and ideas to work off of.
We have the questions in the agenda. I think also Cindy really wants input into these sections of the tribal code. So with the first table here, they'll be talking about school boards and governing bodies of educational institutions. Group 2, the curriculum and standards that are in schools and other educational institutions. Group 3, they'll be talking about the education policies and programs. So those would be things like the truancy intervention program, parental involvement, what you want to see in the tribal code about parental involvement. And section 600 is educators. What do you think the standards and certification requirements for teachers should be, and what skills should teachers possess? And we're going to do 15 minutes in each group, starting right now. And then in 15 minutes, I'm going to ask you to move to the next group. Thank you.
Hey!
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, keep that hands clapping going. Ladies and gentlemen in the crowd, all you good people here in the Civic Center Black Hills in Samba Machipi. When I say hoka, you say hey. Hoka! Louder! Hoka! We're going to go to the next one in tribal, and I'm going to say hoka, you say hey. Hoka! Take it away. the hill. And thank you, dancers. Look to the person to your right and give them a big kiss on the lips. Hey! If that's your mother-in-law, that's all right. You've been pretty okay on Saturday night. One kiss on the lips to your mother-in-law, that's it. Hey, those two are still kissing. Hey, knock it off. That nation, here we go, boys. Rock the house. Let's up.
We'll start with Group 1 reporting back in. Nobody wants to come up and report out? Okay, if you'll turn your sheets in to me, then we'll type up the results and distribute them tomorrow morning. Thank you all for your participation in this activity. I really appreciate all the interest that you have in education. You want to do the closing? No, Dwayne's going to do the closing prayer.
Now, or they could report?
No,
Oh, no.
sounds like they're not going to report.
Let's have, Dwayne's still here.
Yeah.
Dwayne can say a closing prayer.
Dwayne, wacheki washi.
We close today with a prayer. I want to echo Sherry's thank you. Everyone who stayed, they helped finish up this day. Takashila, apeti wa otaki kelena o wachiu yapi na ha taku apeti kele ota ho kapi. Hoi o yapi yuka nui aki chikupi. Hoeche takashila. O waia wa kilena. O waia wa kato kilena. na ha wakainja oai wakelena. Trokata kia lakota ki unkicha gabna. Duktogana uyapte ki lena echa apetu I wongla kabika. Tukashila woyukcha washteste nungupi. Na wichoye ki chupika lena yuske nungupi. Hoecha woyukcha gluha unglapikte. Hoyuka chankuka akal unglapik lena tukashila. Yuske zania tuwae unkitka ki hecha unkiunipi. Na oishtima washte wanji unkchagab na ha apetu ake yuski unkikta. Ake lelun kawita pikte. Ho ake tako troksha iwongala kapikta. Trawashi ngluha lechel apetu kale wopile unkapi. Chatrashila wopile unkapi na ha. Unzane pu chimpi. Hoechel lechel. Unkawita pina tako lena iwongala kapi. Nukichu humpo. Unzani punchipalo. Mitake oyase. Aho.